Long ago, in the great and ancient city of Ujjain, there lived a wise and brave king. His name was King Vikramaditya. He was famous across many lands, not just for his strength in battle, but for his fairness, kindness, and love for truth. People said King Vikram's crown is heavy not only with gold but also with duty. He ruled with justice, he helped the poor, and he always kept his word. One quiet evening, the lamps in the palace were burning low. The court was empty and the air was calm. At that time, a stranger arrived at the palace gates. He wore saffron robes like a monk. He walked slowly, his head bowed, and in his hand he carried a small basket of fruits. The palace guards were surprised that why would a monk come alone at this time? They took him before the King Vikram. The monk politely but firmly said, O King Vikramaditya, I have come here to ask for your help. He then continued, Your Majesty, beyond the western hills, there lies a cremation ground. There, on a banyan tree, hangs a dead body. But that body is not ordinary at all. It has a spirit inside it, a ghost named Betal. I need that body for a ritual I must perform. King Vikram listened carefully. He could see that the monk was not an ordinary visitor. Something about him felt mysterious. Then the monk offered the basket of fruits to the king. He said nothing more. But his gesture was clear. The fruits were not just a gift, they were a symbol. It was as if the monk was saying, These fruits are a sign of trust. If you accept them, you accept the duty I ask of you, Raja Vikram. King Vikram accepted the fruits. He looked into the monk's eyes and said calmly, If your purpose is right, I'll help you. But if your work harms the innocent, I'll not take part in it. The monk nodded, his face showing both gratitude and a secret thought. He needed King Vikram's promise and his word of honor. Without it, his plan would not work. The same night, King Vikram set out alone. He carried a sword in one hand and a lantern in the other. The palace guards watched him go, but no one dared to stop him. He left the basket of fruits at the palace gate and walked into the dark forest. The forest was silent except for the wind. At last, he reached the banyan tree in the cremation ground, and there, hanging from the branch, was the dead body, which is pale, still, and lifeless. King Vikram climbed up the tree and gently lifted the dead body onto his shoulders. But then the corpse moved. A cold laugh filled the air. It was not a laugh of a man, but of a spirit. Betal had awakened. Betal started speaking. His voice is echoing in the night. O mighty king, you are brave indeed, but let us see how wise you are. I will tell you strange stories. Stories of kings, queens, lovers, and common people. Each story will end with a question. If you answer that question correctly, I'll fly back to my tree. If you answer it wrongly or stay silent, even after knowing the answer, your head will break into pieces. This was not a random test, it was a part of the monk's plan. The monk had chosen Betal for a reason. He needed a spirit which is clever enough to test the king's mind and strong enough to stay bound by magic. The monk wanted power. He thought if he could control Betal, he could know all the secrets and change his fate. The ritual he was performing needed a human sacrifice of great worth. Only then would Betal lose his freedom and become the servant of the person who offered the sacrifice. The final step was cruel and simple. Present King Vikram's life as payment, and Betal's will would be sealed. But to make the spell work, he needed someone pure and brave, someone like King Vikram, to bring Betal to him. The basket of fruits had been the price. The king's promise was the real contract. But the monk had made one mistake. He did not understand the King Vikram's heart. Vikram was not only brave, he was just and honest, and he could not be used as a tool by anyone. So, night after night, as King Vikram carried Betal through the forest, the spirit began to tell him stories. Each tale was strange and filled with puzzles about love, loyalty, greed, wisdom, and sacrifice. And after every story, Betal would ask a question. If Vikram answered correctly, the Betal would laugh loudly, slip from his grip, and fly back to his tree. Then King Vikram would go back again and bring him down once more. In this way, 25 tales were told. The monk thought that by repeating the task, the king would grow tired and fail. But the opposite happened here. Each story made King Vikram more wiser. He understood more about people, their hearts, their hopes, and their faults. He learned that a true ruler must have not only power but also understanding and patience. His answers showed that he valued justice over comfort, truth over silence, and kindness over pride. Meanwhile, the monk watched all this from a distance. At first, his heart was full of ambition. He wanted to finish his ritual and gain power over spirits. Finally, the night came when the monk was ready for his final ritual. He planned to trap Betal forever and use his knowledge to control destiny itself. But Vikram now understood everything. He realized the monk was not a holy man. He was a tantric, hungry for power, ready to misuse magic. The basket of fruits, which once looked like a kind gift, now appeared as a symbol of temptation, a quiet deal between the duty and danger. King Vikram remembered his own words that he'll not do anything that harms the innocent. So he made his choice. He chose his people and his principles over his promise to the monk. With one swift move, King Vikram broke the monk's plan. The ritual failed. The monk's power ended. Betal, who had watched it all, smiled for the first time, not with mischief but with respect. He said, O king, you are not only brave, you are truly just. And with these words, Betal vanished. From that night onwards, the stories of Vikram and Betal were told across generations. They were not just stories to entertain, they were lessons about truth, justice, wisdom, and courage. Each tale was like a mirror. When we listen, we see ourselves, our choices, our fears, our strengths. And so the 25 tales began. The tales that would teach kings and common people alike what it means to be truly human. This is the world of Vikram Betal, a world where every riddle hides the truth and every answer tests the soul. Thank you so much for watching. The night was dark and silent. The forest was full of whispers. The air smelled of wet leaves and secrets. The moonlight struggled to reach the forest floor. A faint sound of footsteps broke the silence. It was King Vikramaditya, the brave and unyielding ruler. He walked slowly through the dense forest, carrying a corpse on his shoulder. The body was cold and lifeless, but it was not ordinary. It was Betal, the clever ghost, who loved riddles more than peace. The king's armor glowed faintly under the moonlight. His footsteps echoed like a heartbeat in the eerie night. Suddenly, the corpse moved slightly. Then came a chilling laugh, sharp, echoing, and strange. Betal had awakened again. O mighty Vikram, you are carrying me through this haunted forest. Tell me, O king, how long will you fight destiny? Vikram said, until my task is done, Betal. Speak your tale. Test me as you wish. Very well, Vikram, but remember, if you know the answer and keep silent, your head will burst into pieces. The wind stopped. The forest turned still. Even the stars seemed to listen, and Betal began his tale in a deep and mysterious voice. Long back ago, a wise king named Suryasen was ruling the rich kingdom of Vardhaman. He was known far and wide for his fairness and good heart. His only son, Prince Harishchandra, was the pride of the land. The young prince was brave, intelligent, and kind. People loved him deeply. He was both handsome and humble, but he had one unusual habit. He spoke very little. He preferred silence and observation over words. Some people thought that he was proud or distant, but those who knew him well saw the wisdom in his quiet eyes. One fine morning, the prince was walking through the palace garden. The sun was gentle, and birds were chirping happily on the trees. Two parrots sat on a branch talking among themselves. Their conversation caught the prince's attention. First parrot is saying, our prince is clever, but does he really know what the true justice means? The second parrot said, we shall see that soon. Fate will surely test him. The prince smiled softly, but those words stayed in his heart. That night, he went to his teacher, who is the royal sage. He bowed with respect and asked him what the true justice is. The sage looked at him kindly and replied, my son, true justice is not about reward or punishment. It is about fairness and finding the truth beyond emotion. The prince folded his hands and promised to remember those words forever. Days passed. The fame of Prince Harishchandra spread across the kingdoms. People admired his calmness, courage, and intelligence. One day, a message arrived from the neighboring kingdom of Mithilapuri. Their princess was graceful, wise, and beautiful. Her father proposed a marriage alliance with Prince Harishchandra. King Suryasen accepted that proposal happily. The palace burst into joy and celebration. Musicians played drums and flutes. Flowers decorated every hall. The people waited excitedly for the royal wedding. But in a corner of Mithilapuri lived a soldier named Veerabahu. He was brave, loyal, and honest. He had secretly loved the princess for years. He never dared to tell her. The princess also admired his courage and simplicity, but she kept her feelings locked inside her heart. When she heard that she would marry Prince Harishchandra, she was filled with sadness. She respected the prince, but her heart was filled with love for Veerabahu. Torn between love and duty, she spent sleepless nights. Finally, she decided to follow her heart. On the day of wedding, the palace was full of confusion. The princess had disappeared. Servants shouted and ran through corridors. The king's voice thundered through the halls. Find my daughter at once. After hours of searching, the guards returned. They had found the princess in a small forest hut with Veerabahu. The news spread like a wildfire. The princess and the soldier were brought before the king Surya Sen. The court was silent. Ministers and courtiers looked down and afraid to speak in front of the king. The king's face was red with fury. This is a disgrace. My son's wedding has turned into a shame. He turned to the prince and said, Harishchandra, as the future ruler, this matter is now yours. Pass your judgment. The court grew silent again. The prince stood still, thinking deeply. The princess stood trembling, and tears were there in her eyes. Veerabahu bowed down and was ready to accept the punishment. Finally, the prince spoke softly but firmly. Father, they have broken the royal law, but not the law of the heart. If we separate them, we may protect our pride, but we will destroy their happiness. A ruler's duty is to serve the truth and peace, not his ego. Therefore, I declare the princess shall choose her own fate. Let her decide whom she wants to marry, me or Veerabahu. The court gasped in surprise. The princess wiped her tears and bowed to the prince. O noble prince, your kindness has set me free. I love Veerabahu, but you have earned my eternal respect. Veerabahu touched the Prince Harishchandra's feet and said, Your Majesty, you are truly great. I shall serve your name forever. King Suryasen's anger melted into pride. My son, you have proved that compassion is greater than power. You will be a ruler remembered for justice and mercy. The court erupted in applause and joy. What began as a scandal now ended as a story of wisdom and grace. Back in the forest, Betal finished the tale and smiled. Now tell me, O King Vikram, was the prince clever or foolish to lose his bride for emotion? King Vikramaditya replied calmly. The prince was wise. He chose justice over pride. A ruler who wins hearts through fairness wins loyalty forever. Betal laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You have spoken the truth, O mighty Vikram, but you have broken your silence, and our pact ends here. With a sudden gust, Betal flew away into the dark night, and his laughter fading through the trees. A wise person always chooses justice over ego, compassion over pride, and truth over emotion. True strength is not in winning battles, it is in winning hearts. Thank you so much for watching. The night was quiet, and the forest shimmered under the silver moonlight. King Vikramaditya, brave and strong, walked steadily through the dark woods. On his shoulder hung Betal, the clever ghost, cold and lifeless. The wind howled, whispering secrets through the trees. Suddenly, Betal's eyes were opened, and he laughed with a sharp and haunting sound. O King Vikram, you are truly stubborn. Let me distract you with another story. Listen carefully, brave king. King Vikramaditya replied calmly, Speak, Betal, I am ready for your story. The forest grew silent as Betal began his tale. In the great kingdom of Chandrapur, there lived a king whose name was Rajendra. King Rajendra was wise, just, and loved by all his people. His close advisor was Minister Someshwar, and he was a man of deep thought and honesty. Someshwar had one daughter, and her name was Bhavana. Bhavana was beautiful, graceful, and very intelligent. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, and her words always carried wisdom. Many princes from faraway lands came to marry her, but Bhavana refused them all by saying that she will marry only a man wiser than her. Her father smiled proudly, but he was worried too. He wondered that will anyone be able to match my daughter's wisdom? One fine morning, a young man named Ashok arrived at King Rajendra's court. Ashok was calm, humble, and sharp eyed. He wore simple royal blue robes and carried himself with dignity. The king asked kindly, Young man, what brings you here? Ashok bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have come here to seek the hand of Bhavana, the minister's daughter. The king chuckled. Many have tried, but she is not easily impressed. The minister thoughtfully said, O Majesty, Let him prove his wisdom. I shall ask him three questions. If he answers wisely, he may marry my daughter. The royal court gathered eagerly to witness the challenge. Bhavana, dressed in elegant silk and watching all this, quietly sitting beside her father. Someshwar began with his first question. What is sharper than a sword but invisible? Ashok smiled gently and replied, My Majesty, a word is sharper than a sword. It can wound deeper than steel. The court murmured in admiration, and the minister was pleased with his answer. Second question. What grows larger the more you take away from it? Ashok thought for a moment and said, A hole. The more you dig, the bigger it becomes. The courtiers again applauded. Bhavana's eyes shone with curiosity. Someshwar smiled again. My final question. What belongs to you but is used more by others? Without any hesitation, Ashok said, It is my name. The court burst into applause. The king clapped his hands and declared, You have indeed proven your wisdom, young man. Bhavana bowed respectfully and said, Father, I have found my equal. Someshwar and the king happily agreed. Soon, Ashok and Bhavana were married in a grand ceremony filled with music, lights, and blessings. The kingdom rejoiced in celebration. Days turned into months, and their life together was peaceful and joyful. But fate had some other plans. One day, King Rajendra decided to visit a neighboring kingdom for a peace treaty. He invited Someshwar and his son in law Ashok to accompany him. Their royal caravan began its journey through forest and valleys. The day was bright, but by the evening, dark clouds gathered overhead. A fierce storm broke out. Rain poured, lightning flashed, and thunders rolled. The travelers took shelter in a small hut at the edge of the forest. An old woman was living there, and she was weeping beside her sick son. She cried that her son was dying and asking for help. Ashok knelt beside the man and examined him carefully. He has been poisoned, but he can be saved, Ashok said. We need a rare herb that grows deep in the forest. The storm raged severely, but without any hesitation, Ashok simply said, I will bring it. The king tried to stop him, but Ashok insisted that a life is at stake. He ran into the dark forest. Hours passed. The storm grew wilder. Ashok returned at last with the herb. He crushed it into a potion and gave it to the sick man. Slowly, the sick man opened his eyes and breathed again. The old woman fell at Ashok's feet and was crying with gratitude. King Rajendra said with pride, You are not only wise, but noble in heart. The king looked at Ashok thoughtfully and decided to test him once more. After reaching the kingdom, one day in the court, he asked, Ashok, if you had to choose between saving your father, your wife, or your king, whom would you save first? The court fell silent. Every face turned towards him. Ashok bowed deeply and said, My father gave me life. My wife gives me love. But my king gives me duty. Without duty, there can be no honor, no life, no love. So I would save my king first. The king was deeply impressed and said, You have spoken like a true man of wisdom. Your loyalty and understanding are beyond measure. The minister Someshwar nodded proudly, and Bhavana smiled with joy. Their hearts were full of respect for Ashok's noble spirit. Betal paused his story and said, O King Vikram, now tell me, who was the wisest among them? The minister who asked the questions, the daughter who chose her husband wisely, or the young man who answered and acted with wisdom? King Vikram was thinking deeply. The forest around them rustled with unseen spirits. After a moment, Vikram replied calmly, Each of them was wise in their own way. The minister tested with reason. The daughter chose her husband with understanding. But Ashok was the wisest of all because he not only spoke wisely but also lived by his wisdom. Betal's voice was echoing in the night. Ha 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 ha. Oh, mighty Vikram, you have answered correctly once again. But since you broke your silence, our pact is broken here. With a flash of cold wind, Betal slipped from Vikram's shoulder. He flew back into the dark forest, laughing wildly. The King Vikram turned back towards the ancient tree once more. His task was not yet done, but his courage remained unshaken. He walked forward, determined as ever. The forest whispered again, but justice, wisdom, and courage guide the true ruler. The story faded into silence, leaving behind a lesson eternal. True wisdom is not about clever words or riddles. It lies in choices made with compassion and courage, in selflessness that serves truth over ego, in action that matches words, in love that values duty and honor, and in justice that uplifts all hearts. Betal's laughter still echoed faintly in the distance. The stars glimmered through the misty night sky, and once again Vikram marched through the silent forest. His heart was firm, his spirit was unbroken, and his journey continued. Thank you for watching. The cool moonlight filled the forest, and King Vikramaditya, the brave warrior, was walking silently. He was carrying the pale skinned ghost Betal with long hair and glowing eyes on his strong shoulders. The ghost laughed softly and said, O king, once again you have taken me from my tree. Can you carry me silently till the cremation ground this time? No, I don't think you can, because I will tell you another riddle filled story. King Vikramaditya said nothing. His sword was shining in the moonlight. His eyes were calm but firm as he continued to walk through the forest. Betal began his story in a mysterious tone. O mighty king, listen carefully to the story of the four sons of a Brahmin. Long back ago, in the great kingdom of Magadha, there lived a wise Brahmin whose name was Ravi Sharma. Ravi Sharma was an elderly man with a soft smile and eyes full of knowledge. He was known across the land for his wisdom and honesty. He had four sons, Devendra, Somendra, Mahendra, and Dharmendra, and each son had a different nature. Though their father was a great scholar, the four sons were lazy. They did not study properly and they spent their days in idleness. Ravi Sharma often tried to teach them, but they never listened carefully. Years passed, and the wise Brahmin became old and weak. One morning, he called his sons and softly said, My children, I may not live long. Knowledge is the greatest wealth. Without it, life becomes difficult. So, learn things and gain knowledge. But his sons ignored his advice and went on with their careless lives. After some days, Ravi Sharma passed away. The four sons sat sadly beside their father's funeral fire. When the smoke cleared, they realized how helpless they were. They knew nothing useful and had no skill to earn money for living. Filled with the shame, they decided to seek knowledge at last. Devendra, the eldest son among them, said, Let us go into the forest and find a wise teacher. The brothers agreed and began their journey through dusty roads and green fields. After many days, they reached a forest full of tall trees. There, they found a holy sage with a long grey beard in a small hut by a river. The four brothers bowed before him and asked, O Acharya, please teach us wisdom. The sage looked at them kindly and said, My children, true learning comes with discipline, and patience. I will teach each of you something special. But remember, wisdom without goodness is dangerous. The four brothers promised to learn sincerely. Days turned into months and months into years. Under the guidance of Sage, they studied hard. Finally, when their education was completed, the sage called them together. He said, "Now tell me what each one of you has learned." Devendra, the eldest among them, proudly said, "Master, I can assemble the bones of a dead creature." The second brother Somendra said, "I can cover the skeleton with flesh and skin." Mahendra, the third brother, smiled and said, "I can breathe life into the body and make it move again." Finally, Dharmendra, the youngest, bowed humbly and said, "I do not have such magical powers, but I understand the right and the wrong." The sage nodded with a wise smile. "All of you have learned well, but never forget, wisdom must guide your actions." The four brothers thanked their guru and began their journey back to home. The forest was thick and silent as they walked together. Sunlight filtered through the tall trees. Birds were singing softly on the branches above. Suddenly, Devendra, the elder brother, saw a pile of bones on the ground. His eyes were shining with excitement. "Brothers, let us test our learning here. I will assemble the bones first." Carefully, he arranged the skeleton with his skill. Somendra, the second brother, then stepped forward and said, "Now I will rebuild the body." He chanted his mantra and added flesh, muscles, and skin. Soon, a lifeless but perfect body lay before them. Then the third brother Mahendra, with full of pride, said, "Now I will show you the real power." He closed his eyes, whispering his sacred words and breathing life into the creature. The youngest brother Dharmendra then suddenly cried out, "Wait, brothers, let us first see what animal this is." But the others laughed loudly and said, "You are too cautious, Dharmendra. Nothing can go wrong. We have learnt a lot now. Let us bring it to life." Ignoring Dharmendra's warning, Mahendra finished his chant. In a flash, the creature opened its eyes. It was a ferocious lion. The lion stood up and roared so loudly. The forest trembled. Before anyone could move, it leapt at the brothers. In a few terrible moments, it killed Dharmendra, Somendra, and Mahendra. The youngest brother Dharmendra screamed in horror and climbed up a tall tree. From there, he watched the lion roaring and disappeared into the jungle. Tears were filled in his eyes as he saw his brothers lying lifeless. He climbed down slowly when the danger was gone. With trembling hands, he gathered their remains. He lit the funeral fire and prayed with a deep sorrow. "O brothers, may your souls find peace." Dharmendra traveled alone for days and left the forest. He became weak. He reached the grand court of King Chandrasena, the noble ruler of Magadha. Dharmendra bowed in front of the king and told him everything that had happened. He spoke of his brother's pride and the terrible result of misused knowledge. King Chandrasena listened carefully and was moved by his honesty. He said, "Young man, you may not know magic, but you have wisdom. From today onwards, you shall serve as my royal counselor." Dharmendra bowed humbly with the tears in his eyes. His life found a new meaning, not through power, but through compassion. Betal's voice now echoed through the forest once again. "O King Vikramaditya, now answer my question. Among the four brothers, who was truly the most learned?" The king Vikram walked silently and thought for a while. Then he spoke with confidence. The first three brothers had knowledge, but no wisdom. The youngest brother Dharmendra knew what was right and what was wrong. Knowledge without wisdom leads only to the destruction. Therefore, Dharmendra was the wisest of all. Betal burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Great answer, Vikram. But you have spoken again. And now, as always, I must return to my tree. Before King Vikramaditya could stop him, Betal vanished into the night. King Vikram drew his sword and turned back into the forest once again. The forest grew darker as the night deepened, but King Vikram's courage never faded. His footsteps echoed on the dry leaves. The Betal's story still lingered in his mind. He thought of the foolish brothers and the wise Dharmendra. He understood that true learning is not power, but wisdom and kindness. Betal's voice whispered one last time, "Wisdom is greater than knowledge." And the brave king marched on, ready for the next story. Thank you. Jai Hind. The night was calm, and the forest was shining softly under the silver light of the moon. King Vikramaditya walked steadily through the woods, carrying the ghost Betal on his shoulder. Betal's strange laughter echoed in the silence of the forest. O brave King Vikram, your courage never fades. But can you keep silent until we reach the cremation ground? Let me tell you another story, the story of the three most delicate queens in the world. Vikram said nothing. He tightened his grip on his sword. The ghost Betal began its tale. Long time ago, there lived a mighty king named Roop Sen. He ruled the golden city of Sundarnagar. The city was filled with gardens, shining palaces, and people who loved their wise king. King Roopsen was brave, just, and kind to all. His smile gives courage to soldiers and comfort to the poor. King Roopsen had three queens, Chandravati, Padmavati, and Kamalavati. All three were known for their beauty and tenderness. Chandravati was gentle and fair, and her skin glows like moonlight. Padmavati was graceful and soft spoken, with her eyes like lotus petals. Kamalavati, the youngest, had a calm and pure heart, her face shone with kindness. The king often wondered which of his queens was the most delicate of all. One morning, he asked his ministers, who among them is the most sensitive? Ministers looked at one another but had no answer. Then the king said, I will find it out myself. That night, the palace was glowing under golden lamps. Queen Chandravati lay down on her bed of silk sheets. Unknowingly, a single lotus petal slipped beneath her soft mattress. As she tried to sleep, she turned and twisted restlessly throughout the night. By the morning, her eyes were red and her face turned pale. The king saw her in the court and asked gently, my queen, what troubles you? Chandravati said, O my lord, I could not sleep. Something hard pressed against my back all night. The maids searched and found that it was a single lotus petal. Everyone was astonished. Such tenderness, whispered the courtiers. The king smiled, thinking that surely she must be the most sensitive woman alive. Days passed, and the king decided to test Padmavati next. One evening, she sat near her window, combing her hair. The air was still, and the sunset painted the sky in red and gold colors. Suddenly, a gentle breeze carried a faint sound of temple bells. The next moment, Padmavati fell unconscious. The maids rushed there to help Padmavati and fanned her face. Slowly, she opened her eyes and said, the sound was too loud. It pierced my heart like a thunder. The king was amazed. Such a great sensitivity of hearing. Even a soft bell's sound could make her faint. A few days later, the king was walking with Kamalavati in the royal garden. The evening air was smelling of jasmine and roses. Kamalavati, with barefoot, was enjoying the cool touch of grass under her feet. She then suddenly stopped. The king asked, "What is it, my dear?" She softly replied, "A flower fell somewhere nearby, my king." The king looked around and said, "But it did not touch you at all." Kamalavati said, "Yes, it is true, my lord, but I felt its fall through the earth." The king was stunned. "You are truly the most delicate of all." Many days passed in happiness. The king and his queens were living joyfully in the golden palace of Sundarnagar. Then, one dark day, a war came. A neighboring ruler attacked their kingdom. King Roopsen gathered his army and prepared for battle. The three queens stood at the palace gates and their eyes were filled with worry. "Return soon, my lord," Chandravati said with tears in her eyes. Padmavati softly whispered, "May the gods protect you." Kamalavati only placed a flower in his hand and bowed silently. The king smiled and rode away on his horse. Days turned into weeks. The palace felt empty without the king. Chandravati was weeping every night and was unable to sleep. Padmavati was spending her days praying at the temple and lighting lamps for his safety. Kamalavati sat quietly near the palace gates and her eyes were fixed on the road. Then, one afternoon, a dusty messenger rode in. He bowed and cried, "The king has been slain in battle." Chandravati screamed and fell to the floor. Padmavati tore her ornaments and fainted. Kamalavati just closed her eyes and her soul left her body. Within no time, another messenger arrived and said, "Wait, the king was alive." The first news was false. He ran to the palace in joy, but there he saw only grief. Soon after, King Roopsen returned to the palace with great victory, but his heart was broken. He saw Kamalavati lifeless and his two queens weeping beside her. He fell to his knees and wept bitterly and said, "You loved me so purely that even a false sorrow ended your life. You were too delicate for this world, my dearest Kamalavati," the king said. The court mourned for many days. The golden palace seemed dull without her gentle laughter. Chandravati and Padmavati lived on, but their hearts filled with love and regret. The king built a marble shrine in memory of Kamalavati. Every evening, he placed fresh flowers there and prayed silently. After finishing this tale, Betal looked at King Vikram and asked, "O King Vikram, tell me who among the three queens was the most sensitive?" The forest wind sighed softly as King Vikram walked on. Then he replied calmly, "Chandravati and Padmavati were delicate in body and mind, but Kamalavati was delicate in soul. Sensitivity of heart is greater than that of the body. Therefore, Kamalavati was the most sensitive of all." Betal laughed aloud. "O king, that's a great answer. But you have spoken again. Now I must fly back to my tree." Before King Vikram could grab him, Betal slipped off from his grip. The ghost flew into the dark forest and laughing as he vanished among the trees. The king turned back silently and ready to begin again. The moon watched the brave king walking once more under its light, and the journey of courage and wisdom continued. Betal's voice echoed, "Remember, O King Vikram, wisdom and heart are the true strengths." Vikram kept walking, and his sword was gleaming, and his mind was calm. He knew that truth always lay beyond fear and silence. The story of the three sensitive queens became a legend in Sundarnagar, and it was told for generations to remind people of gentle hearts. Children learned that real strength is not in power but in purity. The king grew old but never forgot Kamalavati. Every full moon, he visited her shrine and prayed. People believed that her spirit blessed the kingdom with peace. Flowers always bloomed near her marble statue. Thus, the tale of King Roopsen and his three queens lives forever. Betal's voice still whispers in the night breeze. True sensitivity is not in the body, but it is in the soul. And the real strength lies in the purity of heart, not in frugality. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. King Vikramaditya walked carefully through the dark forest. On his shoulder, the ghostly Betal is hung and laughing softly. The trees were whispering, and an owl was hooting in the distance. "Oh, brave king, you never give up, do you?" Betal said. King Vikram's steps were steady. His sword was shining faintly in the moonlight. Vikram said, "Tell me your next story, Betal, and I will listen to it in silence." Betal said, "Ah, but silence never lasts long with you, O King Vikram. Still, hear this tale of a hermit and the princess. It will test your wisdom again." The wind rustled through the leaves as Betal began his tale. Long back ago, there was a grand kingdom named Patalpur. The kingdom was ruled by a noble king, Vijayasen. His palace was made of marble and gold and was shining under the sun. The people loved him dearly, for he was kind and wise. King Vijayasen had a daughter, Princess Chandraprabha. She was gentle, graceful, and beautiful like the full moon. Her eyes were calm and filled with compassion. Her heart was pure, and she respected the saints and holy men. The king loved her more than anything in the world. But the princess often felt that the palace life was empty. One day she told, "Father, I wish to meet those who live for truth." The king said, "My dear princess, the path of renunciation is so hard. But if you wish, go and meet the hermits in the forest." So, one fine morning, the princess left the palace with her attendants. They rode deep into the forest, where birds were singing and the wind was cool. After a while, they reached an ashram by a river bank. There lived a young hermit named Ramaswamy. He was calm, wise, and radiant with spiritual glow. His long hair was tied neatly. His eyes were filled with peace. He wore simple saffron robes and sat beneath a banyan tree in meditation. Princess Chandraprabha folded her hands respectfully and said, "O Holy One, I bow to you." The hermit opened his eyes slowly and smiled. "Welcome, my child. What brings a princess to the forest?" "O holy man, I have everything in the palace, yet my heart is restless. I came to learn about peace." The hermit said, "True peace comes not from jewels or gold, but from wisdom and truth." The princess listened with deep respect. She stayed for hours, hearing his gentle words about compassion, truth, and self control. When she returned to the palace, her thoughts were stayed with the hermit. Days passed, but she could not forget his calm face and kind eyes. She began visiting the forest more often, always bringing food and flowers for the hermit. The hermit blessed her each time but spoke few words. The princess began to find peace in his company. She would sit quietly near the river as he meditated. Sometimes she listened to the sound of flowing water and birds singing. She learned to let go of anger and pride. The hermit too saw purity in her heart and treated her like a student. He taught her kindness, patience, and detachment. Over the time, an unspoken bond grew between them, which is pure and full of respect. But rumors reached the palace. The courtiers whispered that the princess often goes to meet a hermit. This is not proper. When the king heard this, he grew angry and worried. He called his guards. "Bring the hermit to my court at once." The soldiers went to the forest and found Ramaswamy deep in a prayer. "O holy man, our king commands your presence in his court." Ramaswamy bowed and followed them quietly to the palace. When he stood before the king Vijayasen, the hall fell silent. The king frowned and said sternly, "Why does my daughter visit you so often?" The hermit bowed and said calmly, "O king, she seeks only peace and knowledge, and I have no worldly desires." But the courtiers murmured again, "Perhaps the hermit's heart is not pure." The king, in anger and confusion, ordered, "Leave my kingdom, O holy man. Go away and never return to this kingdom." Ramaswamy bowed his head in silence and left the palace. When the princess heard of this, her heart was broken. "Father, he is innocent. You have hurt a pure soul." But the king did not listen to her. "I have taken this decision to protect your honor." That night, Chandraprabha wept alone in her chamber. Next morning, she dressed in simple clothes and left the palace secretly. She walked for miles until she reached the hermit's ashram again. She found it empty. The hut was quiet and only the staff remained near the river. "Oh, holy man, where have you gone?" she cried bitterly. Her tears fell into the river. For many days, she wandered through the forest searching for him. Finally, she found him meditating on a mountain cave. His body was thin, his eyes closed in deep peace. She fell at his feet. "Forgive my father, please return." Ramaswamy opened his eyes and softly said, "O princess, I have no anger. The world is full of misunderstanding." She pleaded, "Let me serve you. Let me live a life of truth." The hermit smiled sadly. "You are a princess, bound to your duties. Go back to your father." But the princess refused to leave and said, "I have renounced my royal life." The hermit closed his eyes once again and said, "Then stay here in meditation, but as my student, not as anything else." The princess agreed, and they began to live quietly in the forest. When the king knew that his daughter had left the palace, he was filled with regret. "What have I done? My pride has ruined everything." He went into the forest with his guards to search for her. After many days, he found the princess and the hermit sitting under a tree. The king fell at the hermit's feet. "O holy man, please forgive me. I judged you wrongly." The hermit lifted him up gently. "O king, forgiveness is the path to peace." The king looked at his daughter. "O my child, please return home. The kingdom needs you." The princess looked at the hermit for guidance. He simply smiled. "Your father has learned his lesson. Please go with him." The princess bowed deeply and said, "I will do that, O holy man." Before leaving, the king offered the hermit gold and jewels. But the hermit refused and said, "True wealth lies in wisdom, but not in gold." The king bowed again and left with his daughter. As they rode back to the palace, the princess looked back at the forest one last time. The birds were singing, and the river sparkled under the sun. She whispered, "Peace lives where love and truth meet." Years passed. The princess ruled the kingdom after her father with great wisdom. She built schools, temples, and gardens for the people. She often said, "I learned true peace not in palaces, but in the forest." Far away in the mountains, the hermit continued his prayers, free from worldly ties. He blessed her silently every day. Betal finished the story and laughed softly. "Now, O King Vikramaditya, tell me, who was truly wiser? The hermit who renounced the world, or the princess who returned to serve it?" Vikram smiled and said, "The hermit was wise, but the princess was wiser." Betal raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Vikram said, "The hermit sought peace for himself, but the princess found peace and shared it with others. Wisdom that serves the world is the greatest wisdom." Betal laughed loudly. "Well said, mighty king. But once again you have spoken, so I must now fly back to my tree." Before King Vikramaditya could hold Betal tight, Betal slipped from his shoulder and vanished into the darkness. The wind howled again through the forest. Vikram sighed, drew his sword, and began walking back to fetch Betal once more. The moon was shining softly on his path as he disappeared into the night. The story of the hermit and the princess echoed through the forest, carried by wind. True peace is not found in isolation, but in compassion. A heart that serves others is holier than the one that hides from the world. And knowledge becomes wisdom only when it spreads light. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. King Vikramaditya walked through the deep forest with steady steps. On his shoulders hung the lifeless body of Betal, the clever ghost. The wind blew softly through the trees, whispering like a secret. Suddenly, Betal laughed and said, "O brave king, I will tell you another strange story." Vikramaditya kept walking and said calmly, "Speak, Betal, I will listen." Betal began his story. Long ago, there lived a noble prince named Amarendra. Prince Amarendra was young, handsome, and kind hearted. He had bright eyes, a gentle smile. His father, King Surasena, was wise and powerful. His mother, Queen Mahadevi, was gentle and loving. The people of the kingdom adored their royal family. In a nearby land, there lived a princess named Suryalekha. She was beautiful like the sunrise, graceful and pure. She had long black hair, soft eyes, and a kind heart. She loved poetry, music, and prayer. When Prince Amarendra first saw her, he was spellbound. Their hearts connected at once. Soon, their friendship turned into love. The two kingdoms rejoiced at their wedding. Their marriage was filled with joy, songs, and blessings. Prince Amarendra and Princess Sureleka ruled together wisely. They cared for their people and lived with happiness. But fate had some other plans. One day, the prince fell terribly ill. His face turned pale. His body became weak. Doctors came from far and wide. They tried medicines, prayers, and magic herbs, but nothing could save him. The princess prayed before goddess Durga day and night. She offered flowers and tears, begging for his life. But destiny was cruel. Prince Amarendra died in her arms. The palace echoed with sorrow. The queen fainted, and the king wept. The princess sat near his body, silent and broken. "Without him, I do not want to live," she whispered. That night, as the palace slept, a mysterious sage arrived. He had silver hair, calm eyes, and wore a simple white robes. He softly said, "O princess, do not cry. I can help you." She looked up and asked, "Who are you, holy man?" "I serve the goddess. I know the secret between the life and the death," the man said. The princess folded her hands in respect and asked, "Please bring my husband back." The sage nodded. "If you have faith, simply follow my words." That very night, he asked her to bring the prince's body to the forest, and she agreed without any fear. Under the moonlight, she carried her beloved's body with tears. They reached a lonely banyan tree surrounded by oil lamps. The sage drew holy symbols on the ground. He began chanting strange mantras. The air filled with a powerful energy. The lamps flickered and the forest seemed to breathe. The sage said, "O princess, now bring the another body that was lying near the tree." It was a young hunter who had died earlier that day. The sage whispered ancient words and sprinkled holy water. A golden light surrounded The prince's corpse. The soul must find a new home, he said. Suddenly, the hunter's body moved. The eyes opened, and Prince Amarendra's voice spoke. The princess cried with joy, "My lord, you are alive again." The Prince Amarendra smiled softly. "Yes, my soul has returned, though my body is new." The princess said, "It does not matter. You are my husband, no matter the form." The sage blessed both of them and vanished like a mist. The princess returned to the palace with her beloved. The guards and the people were shocked. "How can this man be our prince?" they whispered. The princess told them everything about the miracle that had happened. But doubt spread in the royal court. Ministers questioned the truth. The king said, "If he is my son, he will remember what only we know." The prince bowed and answered every question clearly. He spoke of the kingdom's secrets and family memories. The court was amazed. They realized that his soul was truly that of Prince Amarendra. The people rejoiced once again. The evil minister who doubted him was punished. The prince ruled with wisdom, kindness, and courage. Princess Suryaleka stood beside him, loyal and loving. Together, they built temples and cared for their people. They taught everyone that the body is only a shell, the soul is the true self. Years passed peacefully. One day, the prince said, "My love, the gods have shown us the truth of life." The princess smiled. "Yes, my lord, the soul never dies." They prayed before goddess Durga and thanked her for the mercy. Their love became stronger with time. The people of the kingdom adored them deeply. Their story spread far and wide as a tale of eternal love. Betal finished the story and laughed softly. "O King Vikram, now tell me, who was truly the prince? Was it the man with the prince's body or the man with the prince's soul?" Vikramaditya thought carefully. The forest wind blew gently around him. Finally, he said, "The true prince is the one with the same soul. The body may die, but the soul is eternal." Betal clapped his bony hands. "You have spoken wisely again, O King Vikram. You always know the truth." Betal laughed loudly and flew back to the ancient tree once again. Vikram sighed and followed him once more. The story echoed in the wind that the soul lives on. The courage of the prince, the faith of the princess, and the wisdom of the sage became immortal. King Vikramaditya walked steadily with his mind full of peace. He knew that wisdom and truth were greater than death. The forest seemed alive with new hope. The king continued his journey. The tale of the prince and the corpse remained in his mind. Its lesson was clear. The body is temporary, but the soul is forever. Love and truth never die. Thus ended the story of the prince and the corpse. Thank you for watching. King Vikramaditya, a brave and noble ruler, walked steadily through the silent forest under the dark sky. The sound of the wind moved through the trees. King Vikramaditya's golden crown glimmered faintly in the moonlight. On his strong shoulders hung Betal, the pale and thin ghost with the glowing red eyes and a teasing smile. Betal laughed loudly and said, "O King Vikram, your courage never fades." King Vikram replied calmly, "I will carry you without a word this time." Betal said, "We shall see that." Listen to another strange tale this time, O King Vikramaditya. King Vikram kept walking in silence and was ready to hear the next story. Long time ago, there was a small kingdom called Vardhanpur. In that kingdom, there lived two Brahmin brothers, Ramakant and Somkant. Ramakant, the elder brother, was about 35 years old. He was calm, wise, and kind hearted with gentle eyes. He lived a quiet life, teaching children and helping the poor villagers. His younger brother Somkant was about 30 years old. Somkant was ambitious and clever. He always dreaming of fame and success. One day, Somkant said to his brother, "Oh brother, our life here is wasted. Let us go to the royal court of King Chandradev. He rewards talented people with wealth and respect." Ramakant smiled gently and said, "Somkant, contentment is the greatest wealth. What will you do with gold if peace leaves your heart?" But Somkant shook his hand and said, "Peace will come after success." The next morning, he packed his things and left for the capital city. Ramakant watched him go, praying for his brother's safety. Years passed by. Somkant became famous at King Chandradev's court. He worked as an astrologer and scholar, wearing silk clothes and precious rings. The king trusted him deeply and gave him gifts of gold. Meanwhile, Ramakant still lived in his small hut, teaching children under a tree. He helped the poor with whatever food he had. His days were peaceful, though his life was simple. One day, Princess Madhumati, King Chandradev's only daughter, fell very sick. She was about 22 years old and was graceful with long dark hair and kind eyes. No royal physician could cure her illness. The king grew worried and called Somkant to the palace. Somkant studied the stars carefully and said, "Maharaj, the princess will recover only if she marries a learned and a virtuous man." The king said, "Find such a man, and I will bless the marriage myself." Somkant thought deeply and smiled. Who could be more virtuous than my brother Ramakant? Messengers were sent to bring Ramakant from his village. He came humbly, wearing plain clothes and a calm smile. Standing before the king, Ramakant bowed respectfully. "Maharaj, I am only a poor teacher. I do not deserve a princess," he said. The king replied kindly, "Virtue makes a man royal, not the wealth or birth. You shall be my son in law." The royal wedding took place with a great celebration. The city was decorated with flowers and lights. After the wedding, Princess Madhumati quickly recovered. The kingdom rejoiced, and the king blessed both of them. Ramakant and Madhumati lived happily and peacefully. But soon, fate took a cruel turn. A terrible famine struck the kingdom. The rivers dried up, crops withered, and people went hungry. King Chandradev called Somkant urgently. "Somkant, find out the cause of this disaster." Somkant prayed and studied the stars once again. In his dream, a divine voice said, "The famine will end only when a man sacrifices his life willfully." Somkant was shocked, but he said the truth to the king. The king announced the message to his people. Fear spread across the land. Ramakant heard about it and said to his wife, "If one life can save thousands, I must go." The princess cried, "No, my lord, please don't leave me." Ramakant smiled gently and said, "A true man must do his duty." He went to the temple, bathed in the holy water, and prayed. Before the sacred fire, he took his last breath peacefully and cut his head with a sword. That very night, the rains poured down heavily, the famine ended. The people rejoiced, but the princess wept endlessly. When Somkant heard about what had happened, guilt filled his heart. "My brother died because of my words," he cried. "I cannot live with this sin." He went to the same temple, knelt before his brother's body, and ended his life with the same sword. The next morning, the whole city mourned. Princess Madhumati sat beside the two bodies and cried bitterly. Her tears fell like pearls upon the sacred floor. She prayed deeply to Goddess Durga. O Divine Mother, please bring them back to life. The goddess appeared in a bright light holding a golden trident. O child, your devotion has moved me. Take this holy water, place each head upon its rightful body, and sprinkle it. The princess trembled and lifted the heads carefully. But in her sorrow, she placed them wrongly. Ramakant's head on Somkant's body and Somkant's head on Ramakant's body. Then she sprinkled the holy water. The goddess smiled and vanished. Both men slowly opened their eyes. They stood up, confused and speechless. Brother, they both said at the same time. They realized that their bodies were exchanged. The princess looked at them in shock. Oh God, whose wife am I now? She cried. The king was speechless. The court debated endlessly, but no one could decide that. Now, tell me, O King Vikram, who is the husband of the princess Madhumati? King Vikramaditya thought for a while and said, the head holds the mind and the soul. The man with Ramakant's head is truly Ramakant, the rightful husband of the princess. Betal laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You are truly wise, O King Vikram. But since you have spoken, I must return to my tree again. Before King Vikram could stop him, Betal flew away into the dark night. Vikram sighed but continued his journey without fear. The forest wind blew softly once again. King Vikram's face was calm and determined. Betal's laughter echoed faintly through the darkness. The wise king walked on, knowing that another story is awaited. The lesson of the tale lingered in his mind. True identity lies not in the body but in the soul. The head, the seat of thoughts and wisdom, defines who we are. Virtue and knowledge never die, they live beyond time and beyond flesh. Ramakant's wisdom saved his people. Somkant's repentance showed his love. Princess Madhumati's devotion moved the gods themselves. King Chandradev learned that power without virtue is empty. Goddess Durga showed that faith brings miracles. And King Vikramaditya learned another lesson in truth. The story of the two Brahmin brothers lived on forever. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. On a dark and silent night, King Vikramaditya walked through the forest. Betal, the clever spirit, hung upside down from the king's shoulder. As they moved ahead, Betal began another story. Listen carefully, O King Vikram. This story will test your wisdom. Long ago, there lived a noble and respected king named Ravivarma in a large kingdom. His people loved him because he ruled with fairness and justice. One day, the king wanted to know how people lived in his kingdom. So he disguised himself as a common man. He walked through the streets and markets, watching everything quietly. People greeted him politely, unaware he was their king. After a long walk, he came to a lively marketplace. There, he saw a young girl surrounded by few villagers. She looked simple but confident. The moment her eyes fell on the disguised king, she burst out laughing. The king felt surprised and confused. Why was she laughing at him? He went closer and asked, why do you laugh at me? The girl smiled and said, I will tell you tomorrow. The king was puzzled but agreed to return. The next day, the king arrived at the same place again in disguise. As soon as the girl saw him, she laughed even louder. The king felt annoyed this time. What is so funny? Tell me, the king demanded. The girl calmly said, "Come again tomorrow, and I will tell you tomorrow." Though the king irritated, he came once again on the next day. The moment she saw the king, the girl laughed the loudest. The king lost his patience. "Tell me right now, why do you keep laughing at me?" the king demanded. The market fell silent as everyone waited for her answer. The girl did not look scared. "I laugh because I know who you are," she bravely said. The king froze in shock. "Who am I?" he asked. "You are the king of this land," the girl replied. The king was amazed. "How did you find out?" The girl smiled and explained. "On the first day, your walk looked royal. No ordinary man walks with such confidence. That made me laugh because you were clearly trying to hide your identity. On the second day, you became angry when I laughed. A normal man would not react in that way. Only someone powerful would feel insulted. So I laughed again. On the third day, when you returned just to hear my answer, I knew only a king would be so stubborn and curious. So I laughed even more. The king listened silently. He realized she was sharp and observant. A king may wear simple clothes, but his nature will still be visible. Your manner, your posture, your reactions all revealed the truth. That is why I laughed. Not to insult you, but because your disguise fooled no one. The king appreciated her honesty. He said, "You have taught me something important." He offered gold and rewards to her. But the girl refused politely. She said, "I do not want any gold. All I want is that you rule wisely and remain humble." Even a king must learn from the ordinary people. The girl's words touched the king's heart. He bowed slightly in respect. He returned to his palace in deep thought. He now understood that wisdom can come from anywhere. Even a young village girl could show a king his mistakes. He promised himself to listen more carefully to his people. And he never forgot the girl's laughter, for it was the laughter that opened his eyes. In the forest, Betal paused after finishing the story. King Vikramaditya continued walking silently. Betal swung his legs playfully and said, "This story hides a question, O King Vikram, a question that will test your judgment." The forest grew darker as they walked. The wind howled between the trees. But King Vikram was calm and focused. He knew Betal always ended a story with a puzzle, and he was ready for it. Betal's voice echoed in the silence. "Think carefully before answering, King Vikram. If you speak wrongly, your head will burst into pieces. If you stay silent, I will fly away." King Vikramaditya tightened his grip but said nothing yet. Betal continued dramatically. The girl laughed at the king 3 times. Was she right? Or was she disrespectful? Was her laughter wisdom or insult? King Vikram took a deep breath. The forest became completely silent. Only footsteps and Betal's voice could be heard. The story's lesson rang clearly in King Vikram's mind. He knew he must give the correct answer, and he prepared to speak. Betal asked one more time, "Tell me, O King Vikram, was the girl right or wrong in laughing at the king? Did she insult him or did she teach him something valuable?" King Vikramaditya finally replied. The girl was right. Her laughter was not insult, it was wisdom. She observed the king's behavior and understood his true nature. Her laughter revealed the truth that the king could not see himself. She reminded him that pride hides even in disguise. Betal smiled and said, "Your answer is absolutely correct, O King Vikram. A ruler who learns from others becomes truly great." And with that, the story ended and the journey of King Vikram through the night continued. Thank you so much for watching. King Vikramaditya was walking slowly, carrying Betal on his shoulders. Betal laughed softly and his eyes were glowing. "O king, tonight I have another story for you," Betal said. Vikram tightened his grip and said, "Tell me your story, Betal, but I will not speak carelessly." Betal said, "Ha ha 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 ha. We shall see that." Long back ago, in a small village, there lived a man named Jayant. Jayant was clever, but he was selfish and ungrateful. He never helped anyone, even when he had the chance. One day, Jayant went into the forest to collect firewood. As he walked, he saw a small injured deer. The deer looked at him with big, helpless eyes. Jayant hesitated and thought, "Should I help this animal?" Then he shrugged and continued walking. Suddenly, an old man appeared from behind a tree. The old man was a hermit with white hair, a long beard, and simple orange robes. "Oh, Jayant, why do you ignore a creature in need?" he said. Jayant bowed slightly but said nothing. The hermit shook his head sadly and vanished. Later, Jayant found a strange cave. Inside, there was a treasure chest filled with gold and jewels. Jayant's eyes were widened. "I am rich now," he said joyfully. He took the treasure home and hid it carefully. Days passed and Jayant grew wealthier. He built a big house and bought many fine clothes. But he never shared anything with anyone. Villagers asked for help, but Jayant refused. One day, the king of the land announced a competition. "Whoever shows great kindness and courage will be rewarded," the king said. Many villagers tried, but Jayant ignored the announcement. That night, a mysterious voice spoke to him in his dreams. "O Jayant, you are very ungrateful for the help of others. If you continue like this, your wealth will vanish." Jayant laughed. "I do not need anyone. I am clever and rich. No one can harm me," he thought in his mind. Weeks later, a terrible storm hit the village. The river overflowed and many houses were destroyed. Giant's house was also damaged. His treasure chest was swept away by the flood. Giant cried out, "My gold all gone." He ran into the forest, hoping to find the chest. Suddenly, he saw the hermit again. The hermit's eyes were kind but sad. "Oh, Jayant, your greed and selfishness have caused this loss," the hermit said. Jayant bowed and begged, "Please forgive me. Tell me, what should I do now?" The hermit said, "You must help others without thinking of yourself. Only then will your fortune return." Jayant promised to follow the hermit's advice. From that day, he started helping villagers. Jayant helped rebuild homes and gave food to the hungry. He shared his knowledge and skills with the people. Slowly, the villagers began to trust him and respect him. One day, while working in the fields, Jayant saw a poor man struggling with the firewood. Jayant ran to help. The man was very thankful. "Thank you, I cannot repay you," said the poor man. Jayant smiled, realizing the joy of helping others. He felt happier than ever before. Over time, his wealth returned, but now he shared it with everyone in the village. News of Jayant's kindness reached the king. The king sent a messenger to Jayant and He said, O Jayant, your generosity has impressed the entire kingdom. Please come to the palace, and you shall be honored. Jayant bowed and went to the king's court. The king was wise and just. He said, O Jayant, you were once ungrateful. Now your kindness and courage are commendable. Jayant knelt before the king and said, Your Majesty, I have learned my lesson. I will serve my people faithfully. The king rewarded Jayant with a medal of honor and a special place in the court. Villagers celebrated and praised him. Jayant never forgot the hermit's lesson. Days passed, and the village became prosperous again. Jayant continued helping everyone. He built schools and hospitals for the poor. He trained young children in skills and wisdom. One day, the hermit returned. O Jayant, you have transformed. Your heart is no longer selfish. Now you are truly grateful and wise, he said. Jayant bowed deeply. Thank you, wise hermit. I owe my happiness to your guidance. The hermit smiled and vanished silently into the forest. Villagers called Jayant a hero. He was respected not for his wealth but for his good heart. Jayant taught everyone the importance of gratitude. He said, True wealth is not gold, but the happiness you give to others. Years passed and Jayant grew old. He never stopped helping others. Children learned to be kind by watching him. People from faraway villages came to meet him. One day, a young boy asked, Oh Jayant, why did you change your ways? Jayant smiled and said, I learned the hard way. Ungratefulness leads to loss, and kindness brings true happiness. The boy nodded, understanding the lesson. Jayant told stories of the hermit to the villagers. He said, Even a small act of kindness can change lives. King Vikramaditya stopped walking for a moment. Betal looked at him with a mischievous grin. So, O King Vikramaditya, what is the lesson of this story? Betal asked. Vikramaditya replied calmly, Ungratefulness brings sorrow, but gratitude and selfless help bring lasting happiness. Betal laughed once again and he said, O king, you have spoken wisely, but you have spoken. So I must fly back to my tree. The ghost vanished into the dark forest. Vikramaditya continued walking, thinking about the story. The village of Jayant became an example of kindness for all the kingdom. The hermit's words were remembered by everyone. Even after Jayant's death, his teachings were passed on. Villagers celebrated a festival every year to honor kindness. Children sing songs about gratitude and generosity. Jayant's house became a school. Poor children learned skills, reading, and wisdom there. His wealth was used for the good of the village. People never forgot the lesson of being grateful. Even the king of the land praised the village. A place where kindness rules is more valuable than a place of gold. Jayant often walked in the fields helping farmers and villagers. He smiled, knowing that true happiness comes from giving. The hermit's wisdom guided him every day. He said to villagers, Remember, be thankful and help others. And so the village prospered, full of joy, gratitude, and kindness. The story of Jayant, the ungrateful man turned generous, was told for generations. Thank you so much for watching the story. Jai Hind. The forest was filled with soft whisper of the wind. The brave king Vikramaditya was carrying the ghost Betal on his shoulders. Betal laughed softly and said, O King Vikram, I have a new story for you for tonight. King Vikramaditya tightened his grip on his sword and listened carefully. Betal started his story. In a faraway kingdom lived a young prince named Rajan. He was brave, kind, and loved by all his people. He often rode through the villages to see that everyone was safe. One day, a terrible demon appeared in the kingdom. The demon was huge with green skin, sharp teeth, and glowing red eyes. It destroyed villages and terrified the people. The king of the land called the prince and the warriors to the palace. Who will save our kingdom from this demon? The king asked. Many warriors were afraid of the demon, but Rajan stepped forward and said, I will fight the demon and protect our people. The king smiled and said, Brave prince, you carry the hopes of our kingdom. Prince Rajan put on the golden armor over his robes. He took a shining sword and a strong shield. Villagers gathered to watch their brave prince leave. Mothers whispered prayers for his safety. Prince Rajan promised himself, I will not fail. Rajan rode through the dense forest. Birds flew away at the sound of his horse hoofs. The forest was dark and full of strange noises. Suddenly, he saw an old hermit sitting under a tree. The hermit said, O brave prince, the demon is clever and strong. You must use your mind, not just your strength. Rajan said, Thank you, O wise hermit. I will remember your words. Prince Rajan entered the demon's lair. It is a cave full of smoke and fire. The demon, green and fierce, glared at Prince Rajan with glowing red eyes. Who dares to enter my home? The demon roared. Brave Rajan raised his sword and said, I am Prince Rajan, and I will stop your terror. The demon laughed and tried to scare him with loud roars and shadows. But Prince Rajan stayed firm, remembering the hermit's advice. The demon swung its huge claws at Prince Rajan. Prince Rajan blocked it with his shield and sword. Sparks flew as sword met claws. The demon tried to bite him, but Prince Rajan jumped aside quickly. He struck the demon's arm with his sword. The demon screamed in pain, but it was not defeated yet. Prince Rajan looked around the cave for an advantage. He saw a narrow passage behind the demon. I can use this passage to trap him, he thought. He moved carefully towards the passage. The furious demon with blazing red eyes followed him. Prince Rajan threw a heavy net over the demon. The demon struggled and tried to escape using the claws and sharp teeth. But the strong and determined Prince Rajan tied the ropes tightly. The demon roared loudly, echoing through the cave. But Prince Rajan kept calm and succeeded in trapping the demon. Prince Rajan led the trapped demon back to the king. Villagers watched in awe as the mighty demon was captured. The king was overjoyed. Rajan, my brave prince, you have saved our kingdom. Prince Rajan bowed humbly. Villagers cheered, waving flowers and gifts towards Prince Rajan. The king awarded Rajan with a gold medal for bravery. Prince Rajan smiled humbly, and he also received a special sword from the king. Villagers celebrated their hero. Prince Rajan taught the people to stay brave and strong. He showed that courage and intelligence together can defeat evil. Rajan visited villages to help rebuild homes. He comforted frightened children and villagers. He listened to everyone's problems and offered solutions. Rajan showed that a true hero helps others, not just fight enemies. Prince Rajan trained young princes to be wise and brave. He visited the mountains to protect villagers from the wild animals. He negotiated peace with the neighboring kingdoms. Rajan solved disputes fairly, showing patience and understanding. Villagers admired his fairness and courage. The demon remained trapped in the palace dungeon. The king often called Rajan to the palace. He praised him for his wisdom. Rajan stayed humble, teaching young princes what he learned. The people loved him even more for his humility. Rajan's fame spread across all kingdoms. Children copied his armor and sword in play, dreaming to be like Prince Rajan. Rajan reminded everyone that bravery without wisdom can be dangerous. Use your mind, stay kind, and be strong when necessary. Rajan's courage, kindness, and intelligence made him a true hero. The kingdom became peaceful and prosperous. Villagers remembered Rajan's lessons for generations. Rajan showed that wisdom, courage, and kindness together create a true hero. The people celebrated festivals in his honor. His golden robes and shining sword became the symbols of hope. Young princes trained under him, learning courage and wisdom. Even neighboring kingdoms sent gifts to honor him. Rajan always remained humble, teaching kindness and courage. O King Vikramaditya, now tell me, what is the true courage and what you have learned from this story? King Vikramaditya thought for a moment. He remembered every act of Prince Rajan and his courage and intelligence. He remembered Prince Rajan's humility, kindness, his care for the villagers, and his cleverness in defeating the demon. King Vikramaditya smiled and said, Prince Rajan is brave not only because he fought with the demon, but because he used his mind to plan, stayed calm under danger, and helped others even after his victory. True courage is not just strength, it is intelligence, kindness, and selflessness together. Prince Rajan showed all these qualities. Betal clapped his bony hands and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Once again, O King Vikramaditya, you have spoken the truth, but you have broken your silence too. So I must return to my tree. With a soft gust of wind, Betal disappeared into the dark forest. Vikramaditya stood alone with sword in his hand. He admired the bravery, wisdom, and heart of the young Prince Rajan. Rajan's story became a legend in the kingdom. Everyone remembered him for generations. Courage, wisdom, and kindness spread throughout the land. And thus, the brave prince lived honored, respected, and loved by all. And the kingdom prospered in peace forever. Thank you so much for watching. Please like the video to support my channel. Share it to your friends and families if you like the narration. Subscribe the channel for more such fascinating content. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. The night was quiet. King Vikramaditya walked through a dark forest. Betal, the ghost, was hanging on his shoulders. O king, are you ready for another strange tale? Betal said. King Vikramaditya kept silent and walking steadily. Betal laughed softly and said, This story is about a clever thief. Long ago, in a city called Chandrapur, there was a notorious thief. His name was Chatur. Chatur was 25 years old. He was very clever, brave, and always smiling. The king of Chandrapur was a rich man. He had gold, jewels, and treasures hidden in the palace. The king was tall, heavy, and always wear golden robes. He had a big crown and a stern face. Chatur heard about the king's treasure and he decided to steal it. Chatur thought, I must be very smart to do this. The thief studied the palace walls and guards. Guards were young, strong, wearing metal armors, and they were always alert and serious. The palace gates were high and golden. Chatur waited until nightfall. He sneaked into the palace quietly. The guards were sleeping near the gate. Chatur tiptoed past them. He reached the treasure room. The room had gold coins, jewels, and silver bowls. Chatur's eyes shone with excitement. He carefully lifted the gold coins. He packed them into a bag. Suddenly, a dog barked loudly. Chatur jumped. The guards woke up and shouted. Chatur ran quickly through the corridors. He was very fast. The guards chased him but could not catch him. Chatur escaped through a secret door. The thief laughed quietly. He returned to his small house in the city. The house was simple with small windows. Chatur hid the treasure in a secret hole. He was clever, daring, and quick. One day, the king announced a reward. He wanted to catch the clever thief. He called his best guards and spies. Chatur heard about the king's plan. He decided to trick them. Chatur disguised himself as a poor man. He wore simple brown rags, messy hair, and carried a stick. He walked near the palace gates carefully. The guards did not recognize him. Chatur watched the guards' movements. He noticed one small window open in the palace. He climbed carefully, avoiding the guards' eyes. The guards shouted when they saw a shadow. Chatur jumped down into a dark alley. He hid in a small corner. The king was angry but could not find him. Chatur hid in a small room inside the palace. Days passed. Chatur became even smarter. He learned guards' schedules. He noticed the king's daughter sometimes walked alone in the garden. The princess was very kind and graceful with long hair and bright eyes. Chatur wanted to test his cleverness. He dressed as a gardener carrying a water pot. He entered the garden quietly. The princess noticed him and smiled. Chatur bowed and said softly, I am here to water the plants. The princess smiled. Chatur watered the plants, watching the palace treasures. Guards noticed a stranger but could not find him. Chatur was very clever and careful. One night, he planned the biggest heist. He entered the treasure room when all guards were sleeping. Gold coins, jewels, silver balls shining in the moonlight. Chatur's eyes sparkled with excitement. He filled his bag slowly and carefully. Suddenly, the king's dog barked. Chatur jumped and hid behind a pillar. The guards ran into the room. Chatur escaped through a secret passage. Guards could not catch him. The king shouted in anger. Chatur returned to his house with bag full of treasures. He laughed quietly. People called him the clever thief. He shared some gold with poor people secretly. Chatur was brave, clever, and kind hearted. One day, the king offered a challenge. Whoever brought the clever thief would get a reward. Chatur heard this and thought carefully. He disguised himself as a teacher. He entered the city and sat near a market. People asked him questions about clever tricks. Chatur answered smartly. The king sent guards everywhere but could not find Chatur. Chatur continued his clever ways to steal treasures of the king. He became a legend in the city. The king realized that the thief was not evil. Chatur was brave, smart, and helped the poor secretly. King decided to forgive him. Chatur promised to steal no more. People cheered for the clever thief. Chatur became a hero among the villagers. Betal finished the story and laughed softly. O King Vikramaditya, now tell me why Chatur was considered as truly clever. King Vikramaditya smiled and said, Chatur was clever because he used his mind, courage, and heart. He was brave, smart, and kind. Knowledge of tricks is not enough. Wisdom and kindness make the person truly clever. Betal laughed softly. That's a great answer, King Vikram. But you have spoken again. So I must leave now. Before King Vikram could hold Betal, he flew away from King Vikram's shoulders. King Vikramaditya moved once again towards the tree. True cleverness is not only about tricks, but using intelligence with courage and kindness. Thank you so much for watching the video. Jai Hind. The night was dark and silent. King Vikramaditya walked through the forest. Betal, the ghostly spirit, rested on his shoulders, laughing softly. O king, today I will tell you a story about a Brahmin and his son. King Vikramaditya tightened his grip on his sword and said, Speak, Betal, but remember, I will not speak until the story ends. Betal smiled and said, We shall see that, mighty king. Long ago, in a small village, there lived a wise Brahmin named Vidyut. Vidyut was 50 years old. He was calm and humble. He had a son. His name was Arjun. Arjun was 18 years old with dark hair and bright eyes. Arjun was curious, brave, and intelligent. They lived peacefully, helping villagers with knowledge and guidance. One day, the king of the nearby kingdom announced a competition. The competition promised a reward to anyone who could answer a riddle that no one else could. Vidyut encouraged his son Arjun and said, This is your chance to show your wisdom, Arjun. Arjun smiled and said, Father, I will try my best. Arjun traveled to the royal palace carrying a small satchel with food and scrolls. The palace was grand with golden gates and tall towers. Arjun greeted the guards at the gate politely and was allowed inside the palace. The king, with golden robes and a stern face, sat on his throne. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and authority. Arjun bowed respectfully before the king. The king asked, O young man, are you here to attempt my riddle? Arjun said, Yes, your majesty, I will do my best. The king said, Listen carefully, O young man. There was a merchant with three sons. The eldest son was greedy, the second son was lazy, and the youngest was clever. They each received a sum of gold to invest. The challenge is who used the gold wisely. Arjun thought for a moment and answered, Your Majesty, the youngest son used the gold wisely because he was clever and hardworking. The king nodded and was impressed by the Arjun's answer. But the riddle had a twist. The king continued, Suppose the eldest son gave half of the gold to a friend who spent it foolishly, and the second son lost it all in laziness. The youngest son invested it in a safe trade, but a storm destroyed half of it. Now tell me who used the gold wisely. Arjun's eyes were widened, but he remained calm for a moment, and he said, Your Majesty, wisdom is measured not only by results but by effort and judgment. Therefore, the youngest son still acted wisely despite misfortune. The king leaned back on his throne, smiling slightly. The king then set another test. Young man, bring me a hidden treasure from the forest without harming anyone. Arjun agreed and set out into the forest. The forest was dense with tall trees and shadows dancing in the moonlight. A gentle wind rustled the leaves. Arjun walked carefully. He spotted a hidden chest under a tree. The chest was old, covered in moss, with sparkling jewels inside. Arjun inspected it carefully, ensuring that no traps or danger is there. He lifted the chest and carried it gently back to the palace. The king examined the chest and the jewels. Young man, you have brought the treasure without greed or harm. Your honesty and courage are commendable. Guards standing nearby bowed to Arjun respectfully. The king then asked Arjun about his father. Arjun spoke humbly. My father taught me wisdom, patience, and humility. The king nodded. A noble father raises noble children. Now the king set another test. Now, young man, you must solve a moral dilemma. Suppose a poor man steals to feed his family. Should he be punished? Arjun thought carefully. Your Majesty, stealing is wrong, but the motive matters. If the man steals out of hunger, mercy may be the wisest path. The king smiled, impressed by the Arjun's understanding. The king then asked the riddle that everyone feared. A man gives his gold to a stranger who promises to return double. But the stranger disappears. What should the man do? Arjun, with calm eyes, said he should act wisely and he should report the matter to the king and learn from the mistakes. Cleverness must be paired with honesty. Suddenly, the king's messenger arrived with news. A band of thieves had stolen treasures from neighboring villages. The king asked Arjun to find them using only his wit. Arjun set out carrying a small sword and satchel. The forest was dark, filled with unknown sounds. He followed the clues carefully, avoiding traps. Arjun spotted the thieves hiding behind rocks and planning their next raid. He observed quietly. Using his clever tricks, he distracted the thieves and retrieved the stolen treasures. Arjun returned to the palace. Guards and villagers cheered for him. The king examined the treasures and nodded in approval. You have shown wisdom, courage, and cleverness, the king said. Arjun bowed humbly. The king asked about his rewards. Arjun replied, O king, I seek only your blessings and a chance to serve the kingdom. The king smiled and was pleased by the Arjun's humility. The king then asked a final moral question. If someone helps another but is insulted in return, what should he do? Arjun humbly said, Your Majesty, one should remain kind and not repay insult with insult. True virtue is in patience and generosity of heart. The king was deeply impressed and declared Arjun as the wisest among all the visitors. Villagers cheered, guards bowed, and Arjun felt proud but humble. The king granted him a place as an advisor in the royal court. Arjun's father Vidyut watched proudly from the village. The kingdom prospered under Arjun's clever guidance. Justice and fairness were restored in all matters. People admired Arjun for his courage and wisdom. Even thieves learned to respect the law. Arjun helped the poor, giving them guidance and protection. Vidyut taught villagers alongside his son. The king often consulted Arjun on important decisions. Betal, on Vikram's shoulder, laughed softly and said, O king, now tell me why Arjun is considered as the cleverest. King Vikramaditya smiled and said, O Betal, Arjun was not only clever but also kind and humble. Wisdom without virtue is incomplete. Courage, wisdom, and kindness must always go together. One should be clever but also humble. Helping others is more important than personal gains. Bravery is not just in battle but in decisions and actions also. A father's teachings guide the children to greatness. Justice must always be balanced with mercy. True cleverness combines the intelligence, courage, and virtue. Betal clapped his bony hands. Ha 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 ha. As always, your answer is absolutely true and wise, O King Vikram. Vikramaditya walked silently under the moon. The forest was peaceful. Betal vanished into the night with a laugh. Arjun's story remained a lesson for all, and thus ends the story of the king and the Brahmin's son. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. King Vikramaditya walked through the forest carrying Betal on his shoulders. Ghostly Betal, with pale skin, glowing eyes, and long hair, laughed softly and said, O King Vikram, listen to the tale of loyalty and love. King Vikramaditya tightened his grip on his sword but said nothing. Betal started the story. In a village in the kingdom of Vardhamanapur, there lived a humble Brahmin named Rajan. Rajan was known for his honesty and devotion. He had a beautiful wife named Leela, and she had long hair, bright eyes, and gentle features. She always wore colorful saris and ornaments. Leela was loving, wise, and extremely loyal to her husband. Rajan and Leela lived happily in their small home. One day, Rajan had to go to a distant town to sell some goods. Leela waved goodbye with a gentle smile. She reminded him to return safely before sunset. Rajan promised and set off carrying his basket of goods. On the way, he was captured by a cruel robber. He demanded all the Rajan's money and goods. Rajan refused and said, I have no riches, only my honesty and honor. The robber became angry and tied Rajan up. Then he left him in the forest, planning to come back later. Rajan waited patiently and prayed for safety. Meanwhile, back at home, Leela became worried. She cleaned the house and prepared food, hoping Rajan would return soon. Days passed, but there was no news of Rajan. Leela remained calm, praying to the gods for her husband's safety. She believed in loyalty and faithfulness. One day, a stranger came to the village. The stranger was wearing simple clothes and looked kind. He told Leela that a poor Brahmin had been captured by robbers in the forest. Leela's heart trembled, but she remained composed. She immediately prepared some food and a small bag with water. She decided to go to the forest to find her husband. In the forest, she walked carefully, keeping an eye out for danger. The trees were tall and the shadows danced in the sunlight. Birds were chirping softly and the wind whispered through the leaves. Finally, Leela found Rajan tied to a tree. Rajan looked tired but smiled when he saw her. He said, Leela, my faithful wife, you have come for me. Leela untied Rajan carefully. She gave him water and a small piece of food she had brought. Rajan thanked her with eyes full of love and gratitude. But the robber returned, and he was furious to see Leela helping Rajan. He raised his sword and shouted, Who dares to rescue him? Leela stepped forward without any fear and firmly said, I am his wife. I have come to save my husband. The robber laughed, thinking she was very weak. But Leela's eyes showed courage and intelligence. She said, "If you spare us, we will give you whatever you ask." The robber was suspicious but agreed to listen. Leela quickly thought a plan. She said, "There is a treasure hidden in the river nearby." The robber's eyes gleamed with greed. Then Leela said, "You can go and take it, but leave us here unharmed." The robber ran towards the river, leaving Rajan and Leela free. Leela smiled at her husband and said, "Let us return home safely." Rajan held her hand tightly and was amazed at her bravery and cleverness. They walked back through the forest together, careful but relieved. Along the way, they helped an old man carrying firewood. The old man blessed them by saying, "Your love and loyalty will protect you always." Rajan and Leela bowed respectfully. When they reached their home, the villagers were astonished. "Leela saved her husband from the cruel robber," they exclaimed. Rajan told everyone about his wife's courage and wisdom. The villagers praised Leela for her bravery and loyalty. Few days later, the king of their kingdom heard about this incident. He called Rajan and Leela to his palace. Leela bowed respectfully. Rajan, humble and grateful, stood beside Leela. The king said, "Your wife has shown true loyalty and wisdom." Leela replied, "I only did what was right, my lord." King smiled and said, "Such faithfulness is rare. You both are blessed." He presented them with gifts and blessings. Leela accepted them humbly and said, "We are already rich in love and devotion." Rajan thanked the king and promised to continue living honestly and kindly. Days passed, and the village continued to celebrate Leela's bravery. Rajan, inspired by his wife's wisdom, devoted himself to teaching children. Leela continued helping the villagers, showing courage in daily life. Villagers often come to them for advice and blessings. Festivals were celebrated with joy, remembering the brave wife. The robber never returned in fear of Leela's cleverness. Rajan and Leela's love and courage became known across the kingdom. King often recalled the story in his court. Betal finally said, "O King Vikramaditya, here is my question about this story. Among the husband and wife, who showed the greatest bravery?" King Vikram waited for a moment and thought about Leela and Rajan. He saw Rajan's loyalty, patience, and love for his wife. He also saw Leela's courage, cleverness, and selflessness. King Vikramaditya paused for a moment again, considering the meaning of bravery, and he then spoke slowly. True bravery is not only in strength or survival, it is in acting wisely, courageously, and selflessly for others. Rajan showed loyalty and love, but Leela combined courage, intelligence, and devotion. Leela risked her life, tricked the robber, and ensured the safety of her husband. Therefore, Leela, the faithful wife, is truly the bravest in this tale. Betal's skeletal fingers clapped, echoing in the forest. Betal asked, "O King Vikram, why do you choose Leela over Rajan?" King Vikram said, "Because true bravery is measured by courage of heart, intelligence of mind, and selfless action. Leela faced danger, acted wisely, and protected those she loved, showing the highest form of courage." The villagers remembered the story for generations. Children learned the importance of loyalty, intelligence, and bravery. Rajan and Leela lived happily and respected by all. Betal, satisfied by the King Vikram's answer, flew back to his tree once again, and King Vikram continued his journey. True bravery is shown through loyalty, intelligence, courage, and selfless actions. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. The forest was calm under the silver moon. King Vikramaditya walked steadily, carrying Betal on his shoulders. The ghost whispered, "O King Vikram, tonight I have a tale that will test your wisdom." King Vikram tightened his grip on the sword but said nothing. Betal began his story. Long back ago, in the kingdom of Surajpur, there lived a wise and brave prince named Amar. Prince Amar was known for his courage and clever mind. He loved exploring forests and mountains near his kingdom. One day, Amar heard of golden mango that granted wisdom to whoever ate it. The golden mango was hidden deep in the mystical forest, guarded by riddles and magical creatures. Amar decided he must find it out to help his people prosper. Before leaving, he consulted the royal minister, an elderly man named Viren. Minister Viren was kind, intelligent, and cautious. He said, "O my prince, many have tried to find the golden mango but failed. You must be careful." Amar bowed and promised to be wise and careful. The next morning, Amar set out with a small group of trusted guards. The forest was dense and full of strange sounds. Birds sang softly, and the wind whispered secrets through the trees. After hours of walking, Amar reached a clearing. In the middle, a giant tree sparkled with golden light. "The golden mango tree," Amar exclaimed. Suddenly, a talking parrot appeared. The parrot was green, with golden feathers on its wings, and spoke in sharp and clear voice. "O brave prince, the mango is near. But to take it, you must answer my riddle," the parrot said. Amar listened carefully, and he was ready to use his wisdom. The parrot asked, "I am always moving, yet I stay in one place. What am I?" Amar thought for a moment and said, "Time." He replied, "Time." The parrot nodded and flew aside, revealing a path lined with glowing stones. Amar and his guards followed the path. Suddenly, a river blocked their way, with water shining like liquid silver. A crocodile emerged, its eyes gleaming. It said, "To cross the river, first answer my questions, or you will remain here forever." Amar replied calmly, "Speak your question, and I shall answer truthfully." The crocodile asked, "I have no beginning, yet I have an end. I touch everyone, but belong to none. What am I?" Amar thought and answered, "Life. Life touches all, and all must face it." The crocodile bowed and let them cross. Beyond the river, the golden mango tree glowed brighter. A wise hermit, old and serene, dressed in saffron robes, appeared and said, "O Prince Amar, to take the mango, you must show a heart that is pure and selfless." Amar bowed and said, "I seek it to help my kingdom, not for selfish gains." The hermit smiled and said, "Then you may proceed." Amar reached the tree and saw the golden mango glowing like the sun. He carefully plucked it, feeling warmth and knowledge flow through him. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. It was a thief. The thief was young, cunning, with dark hair and quick eyes. "Hand over the mango to me, or face my trap," he shouted. Amar stayed calm and said, "You may try, but this mango is not for selfish gains," he said firmly. The thief lunged, but Amar cleverly placed a decoy mango nearby. The thief grabbed that mango, and Amar escaped safely. Prince Amar returned to the hermit holding the real golden mango. The hermit nodded approvingly. "You have shown intelligence, courage, and selflessness. You are worthy." Prince Amar thanked the hermit and began his journey back to home. Along the way, he helped the lost travelers and guided the villagers. Each act of kindness strengthened the wisdom of the mango within him. Weeks passed, and Amar finally returned to Surajpur. The kingdom celebrated his return with joy. Prince Amar shared the knowledge from the mango with the people. He taught them farming, medicine, and fairness in trade. The kingdom grew rich in wisdom and prosperity. News of the golden mango and Prince Amar spread to the neighboring lands. One day, Prince Amar was walking in the palace garden when a mysterious man approached. The man had long robes, silver hair, and eyes that shone like stars. He claimed to be the guardian of the golden mango's secret. O Prince Amar, you have earned the mango, but a test still remained. Wisdom is not only knowledge, but knowing what is right. Amar listened attentively. The guardian asked him to choose between keeping mango's secret for himself or sharing it with the kingdom. Amar smiled and said, a secret that can help people must be shared, not hidden. The guardian nodded and said, you have passed the final test. Prince Amar returned to his palace using the mango's wisdom to rule justly. Villagers and nobles respected him for his fair judgments. One evening, Amar stood under the moonlight thinking of his journey. He remembered the parrot, the crocodile, the hermit, and even the thief. Each had taught him a lesson in courage, wisdom, and selflessness. Amar realized that the golden mango's true power was not magic, but the lessons he had learned. The kingdom thrived under his rule, fair and prosperous. People from far lands come to seek his advice and guidance. Amar never let the pride cloud his judgment. He always listened, always observed, and always acted with a pure heart. Many people tried to replicate his success, but Prince Amar's wisdom came from experience, not from books. Even years later, he still walked in the forest, recalling the golden mango and its guardians. One day, the royal children asked the prince about the golden mango. Prince Amar smiled and said, it is not the mango, but the journey and the choices that matters. They listened wide-eyed and promised to act wisely. Seasons changed and Prince Amar's hair turned silver, but his mind stayed sharp. He remembered the thief who had been greedy and realized that every human has choices. Prince Amar taught the people that bravery and cleverness must be paired with honesty. The villagers loved their prince for his fairness and kind heart. The kingdom's gardens flourished, rivers sparkled, and birds sang freely. Prince Amar often said, the best treasures are not gold or jewels, but the knowledge and wisdom. The magical creatures of the forest still remembered him and honored his courage. Years passed, and the story of the golden mango became a legend. Scholars wrote about it, and storytellers sang about Amar's journey. The kingdom continued to prosper under Amar's guidance. Justice, knowledge, and kindness became the hallmarks of Surajpur. Amar grew old, but his teachings lived on through generations. Children and adults alike remembered his journey and the golden mango. Betal finished his story and asked, O King Vikram, tell me why Prince Amar was truly worthy of the golden mango. King Vikram said, the prince was worthy because he used wisdom and courage selflessly to help others, not for the personal gain. Amar combined bravery, cleverness, and pure heart, which is the true measure of worthiness. Prince Amar used his wisdom for the good of others, not for himself, not for greed, but for the selfless service. Amar's wisdom changed lives, while the mango itself was only a tool. The kingdom remembered that courage must be guided by wisdom. Amar taught that magical treasures are meaningless without virtue. The story spread far and wide, inspiring the generations. Villagers often whispered, the golden mango's secret is not fruit, but the lessons of Amar. And so the kingdom thrived in peace and knowledge, guided by a prince who valued wisdom above all. Betal smiled softly and said, O King Vikram, indeed you have learned the lessons of the golden mango. And now I shall return back to my tree, O King Vikram. True treasure lies in courage, selflessness, and wisdom, not in gold or magical powers. Thank you so much for watching the video. One quiet night, King Vikramaditya walked through the forest. On his shoulders, the ghost Betal hung and laughing softly. O King Vikram, your courage amazes me. Are you ready for a new tale? King Vikramaditya nodded calmly. Speak, Betal, I am ready. Betal smiled and started his story. Long back ago, there was a scholar named Dharmesh. Dharmesh was young, clever, but foolish in practice. He studied many books, but often ignored common sense. Dharmesh lived in a small town by the river. People respected him for his knowledge, yet he often made mistakes in daily life. One day, the king of that land announced a contest. Whoever solves the riddle shall be rewarded richly, the king said. Dharmesh heard this and became very excited. He thought, I will solve the riddle and earn fame. The contest required intelligence and practical thinking. Scholars from all over the kingdom came to participate. The king presented the riddle. There is a golden pot hidden in the garden. The one who finds it shall be my guest of honor, the king said. Dharmesh was confident and he said, I know everything. I will find it out. He ignored the advice from the villagers to look carefully. Dharmesh rushed to the garden, running quickly. He examined each plant but did not think clearly. Instead, he shook the trees violently and scared the birds. A small boy watched quietly and smiled. Why don't you search gently? The boy said. Dharmesh laughed and said, I am a great scholar. I don't need any advice from you. Hours passed, yet Dharmesh found nothing. Meanwhile, the boy walked slowly through the garden. He noticed the golden pot hiding under a bush. Carefully, he lifted the pot and ran to the king. The king was surprised. You found it? Who are you? The boy bowed humbly and said, I am a simple villager, O king. Dharmesh arrived there angrily and said, I am a great scholar, but I did not find it. How did a child find the pot before me? The king laughed softly and said, wisdom is more than knowledge. Practical thinking wins, not just studying the books. Dharmesh felt ashamed, but did not understand fully. He left the garden quietly, thinking about his mistakes. Days later, a merchant visited the town. The merchant lost a bag of gold in the marketplace. The king asked the scholars to find it out. Dharmesh rushed to show his intelligence again. He searched among the crowd hastily. People pointed politely towards a corner, but Dharmesh ignored them, thinking that he knew better. He ended up accusing innocent people of stealing. The king was not pleased and he said, Oh Dharmesh, knowledge without judgment is dangerous. Dharmesh felt sad but still ignored the advice of the king. One evening, the king invited Dharmesh to his palace. Tomorrow, you must solve another test, the king said. The test required courage and common sense. Dharmesh prepared, reading books and scrolls all night. The next day, the king led him to a dark cave. Inside this cave, a magical bird is trapped. Free that bird without breaking the cage, the king said. Dharmesh entered the cave proudly. He studied the cage, turning it upside down. He tried various complex techniques from his books, but the bird remained trapped. A young girl appeared near the cave entrance and she said, "Oh scholar, the key is very simple. Lift the latch gently." Dharmesh ignored her advice. Hours passed. The bird still remained trapped. The king grew impatient. Dharmesh finally admitted the defeat. The girl calmly lifted the latch. The bird flew free and chirped happily. Dharmesh bowed and ashamed. He realized that knowledge alone is not enough. He must combine wisdom and practical thinking. The king nodded. True intelligence uses both mind and heart. Dharmesh thanked the girl and promised to learn humility. He returned to his home, reflecting deeply on his mistakes. He began helping the villagers with simple practical solutions. Slowly, people admired him not only for knowledge but also for wisdom. Dharmesh learned to listen, observe, and act wisely. Years later, he became a trusted advisor to the king. He taught other scholars that books alone cannot solve all the problems. Dharmesh continued learning, humbly practicing the wisdom. Villagers respected him not for his degrees but for his judgment. One day, a great fire threatened the town. Dharmesh quickly organized villagers to save homes. His practical planning saved everyone. The king rewarded him, praising both knowledge and wisdom. Fame of Dharmesh spread across the kingdom. He became a model for the other scholars. Learn from life, not only from books. He advised everyone. Dharmesh grew old, teaching young scholars. He told stories of mistakes and lessons. Scholars remembered his advice forever. Betal finished his story and asked, "O King Vikram, now tell me, why did the scholar Dharmesh fail at first? And why did the girl succeed? And finally, what is the core of wisdom?" King Vikram thought for a moment and said, "Initially, Dharmesh had knowledge but lacked practical thinking. That is why Dharmesh failed at first. The girl used simple logic and observation. That is why she succeeded. So, the true intelligence combines study and understanding. Wisdom is the knowledge used with understanding and observation. A scholar must be humble and wise, not just clever." Betal laughed and said, "Exactly, O King Vikram." Dharmesh continued serving his kingdom and respected for his humility. His life became an example for all generations. Scholars, villagers, and kings learned from him. Knowledge without wisdom can lead to failure. Practical thinking solves real problems. Humility makes a person truly wise. Observing carefully often works better than rushing. Simple solutions can beat complex plans. Listening to others is as important as studying books. The story of Dharmesh spread across the kingdoms. People remembered brains are good, but wisdom is better. True intelligence combines knowledge, observation, practical thinking, and humility. With a sudden gust, Betal flew away into the dark night and his laughter fading through the trees. King Vikramaditya continued his journey. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. King Vikramaditya, carrying Betal on his strong shoulders, was walking silently through the dark forest. The clever ghost Betal this time started the story of the two rival princes. Once upon a time, in a prosperous kingdom Amaravati, there lived two young princes named Arjun and Vikrant. Arjun was brave, honest, and wise, always thinking of the people first. Vikrant was clever, ambitious, and determined to surpass his elder brother. Though they were brothers, they often competed in everything. Their rivalry began in childhood over games and contests. The king, their father, watched them closely. One day, the king decided to hold a grand contest to find the worthiest prince. Who will be the heir to the throne? He wondered aloud. The contest would test courage, wisdom, and leadership. Arjun prepared himself calmly, focusing on fairness and honesty. Vikrant planned every trick and shortcut to win. The first challenge was set in the forest. A deer had wandered into a trap, and the princes were asked to rescue it. Vikrant tried to snatch it quickly to show his skill. The deer escaped from Vikrant's hands and ran into the forest. Arjun approached the trapped deer gently and freed it carefully. Villagers and courtiers praised Arjun for his patience and care. Vikrant frowned and was frustrated by his failure. The second challenge was to cross a dangerous rushing river. Arjun observed the river and found a safe path. He helped his companions cross carefully. Vikrant rushed across without thinking and almost drowned. Arjun's caution and wisdom saved him and others. Vikrant struggled and had to be rescued. The third challenge was to climb a mountain to retrieve a golden lotus. Arjun climbed steadily, offering help to those he met along the way. Villagers and animals guided him, respecting his kind heart. Vikrant ignored everyone and climbed recklessly. He was very impatient and hunger for glory. On the mountain, the golden lotus shone brightly, its petals glowing like gold. Arjun approached it with humility and respect. Vikrant grabbed it greedily and tried to claim it quickly. The lotus glowed warmly in Arjun's hands but dimmed in Vikrant's hands. This showed that virtue and honesty are more powerful than ambition alone. On the way down, Arjun helped a wounded tiger caught in a net. The tiger later returned the favor, guiding him safely through a cliff path. Vikrant ignored the tiger and went alone, and he faced many dangers. Arjun reached the palace first, holding the golden lotus proudly. The king praised his courage, wisdom, and honesty. Vikrant, humbled and exhausted, arrived later. Arjun's virtues had won the contest honestly. Vikrant realized that cleverness alone could not win respect. The king declared Arjun the rightful heir to the throne. Vikrant accepted the decision and promised to serve his brother faithfully. Arjun ruled the kingdom with courage and fairness. Vikrant used his intelligence and ambition for the benefit of the kingdom. Together, they brought peace and prosperity to their land. Arjun often listened to his people's problems and helped solve them. Vikrant advised on trade and defense strategies, keeping the kingdom safe. Citizens loved both princes for their leadership and justice. Soldiers respected Arjun for his bravery in protecting the kingdom. Traders admired Vikrant for his clever planning and wisdom. One day, the brothers walked through the palace gardens together. They reflected on the lessons they had learned from the contest. Vikrant admitted, Arjun, your courage and honesty are stronger than my cleverness. Arjun replied, cleverness is useful, but it must serve goodness and fairness. The golden lotus continued to shine in the palace courtyard as a symbol of virtue. The kingdom celebrated the unity and strength of the two princes. Arjun trained young leaders, teaching them courage and justice. Vikrant taught strategy and problem solving to the next generation. Together, they ensured the kingdom thrived in safety and prosperity. Arjun emphasized honesty in every decision he made. Vikrant learned to balance cleverness with virtue. Travelers from distant lands told tales of the Golden Lotus and the Brave Princess. Children grew up learning courage, honesty, cleverness, and wisdom. Villagers shared stories of Arjun's patience and fairness. Soldiers recounted Arjun's courage in protecting the kingdom. Traders praised Vikrant's intelligence in expanding the kingdom's wealth. The brothers remembered the lessons they have learned from the contest throughout their lives. Arjun handled the disputes fairly, ensuring everyone felt heard. Vikrant applied cleverness to solve economic and defensive challenges. The kingdom of Amravati became a symbol of justice and prosperity. Arjun patrolled the borders to ensure safety. Vikrant strengthened the trade and defense networks. People visited the palace to seek advice from both the princes. Every festival, Arjun and Vikrant led the celebrations together. Citizens rejoiced at the harmony between the two brothers. The golden lotus shone brightly in the palace courtyard, inspiring all. Arjun helped villagers in need and in solving problems fairly. Vikrant advised officials on clever situations to complex issues. The kingdom flourished under their combined guidance. Travelers spread tales of the Golden Lotus, Arjun's bravery, and Vikrant's intelligence. Arjun trained future leaders in honesty and courage. Vikrant taught strategic thinking to young minds. Now that both the princes have proven themselves, a question arises here. Who will become the rightful heir to the kingdom? The kingdom awaited the king's final judgment. Villagers and courtiers gathered in the palace courtyard to hear the verdict. Soldiers lined the path, showing respect for both the princes. Arjun and Vikrant stood together, calm and attentive. Betal paused his story and asked, O King Vikram, now tell me, which prince is truly worthy of the throne? King Vikramaditya closed his eyes for a moment. He recalled every challenge, every act of bravery, honesty, and cleverness. He remembered how Arjun helped the deer, the tiger, and the villagers. He remembered how Vikrant applied cleverness but sometimes ignored virtue. He remembered the golden lotus glowing in Arjun's hands. He remembered Vikrant learning humility after his failures. The crowd awaited in anticipation. The golden lotus gleamed in the background, symbolizing the virtue. King Vikramaditya spoke slowly, clearly, weighing each and every word. The true heir is the one who combines courage, wisdom, and honesty. Arjun has shown bravery and virtue in every task. Vikrant has shown cleverness, but must temper it with humility. Therefore, Arjun is the rightful heir, and Vikrant will serve alongside him to strengthen the kingdom. Betal, pleased with the judgment, clapped his bony hands. Both the princes bowed to their father, understanding the deeper lessons. The kingdom cheered for the wisdom of the king and the unity of the brothers. Arjun ruled wisely, ensuring justice, while Vikrant used his cleverness for prosperity. Together, they led the kingdom to peace and growth. Citizens admired both the princes for courage and intelligence alike. Children learned the importance of honesty, cleverness, and courage. Soldiers respected Arjun's bravery. Traders valued Vikrant's wisdom. The golden lotus remained a symbol of virtue in the palace. Festivals, fairs, and celebrations brought joy under the united brothers. Travelers told the stories of Arjun and Vikrant across distant lands. Both the princes remembered that ambition must serve goodness and courage must be guided by wisdom. True leadership comes from combining courage, honesty, and cleverness. Ambition alone is never enough. Betal laughed loudly and flew back to the ancient tree. King Vikramaditya continued his journey. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. One dark night, King Vikramaditya rode through the forest. On his strong shoulders hung the ghostly Betal, ever talkative and mischievous. Betal broke the silence with a sly grin. O mighty king, tonight I have a story that will test your wisdom, he said. Vikramaditya nodded calmly. Speak, Betal, but I will not be tricked. Betal began his tale. Long ago, in a small kingdom, there lived a rich merchant named Raghunath. Raghunath was very wealthy but greedy. He owned a large house filled with gold, silver, and fine silks. Yet, no matter how much he had, he always wanted more. Every night, Raghunath dreamt of becoming the richest man in the kingdom. One night, a mysterious figure appeared in his dream. The figure said to the merchant, O merchant, your desire for wealth is too great. Raghunath replied eagerly, Yes, I want more riches than anyone else. If you wish for wealth, you must first pass a test, the figure said. The figure handed him a small golden box. Open this golden box at the right moment, and your wish will be granted, the figure said. Raghunath promised to obey. When he awoke, he could still see the golden box in his mind. The next day, he went to the market to buy rare herbs and spices. Along the way, he kept thinking about the golden box. He watched other merchants at work, studying how they earned money. That night, he dreamed again. The mysterious figure returned to his dream. The right moment will come when you face a choice, the figure said. A choice between selfishness and generosity. The next morning, a poor man came to his shop begging for food. Raghunath hesitated initially, thinking about his wealth, but he remembered the golden box. He gave the man bread and some coins. The man thanked him and left with a smile. That night, the figure appeared again in his dream. You have shown generosity, but another test awaits, the figure said. Raghunath asked, What must I do now? The figure said, You will see. Your next challenge is honesty. The next day, a traveler came to him. The traveler claimed that he lost a bag of gold near Raghunath's shop. Raghunath searched and found the bag. He could have kept it secretly, but he decided to return it. The traveler thanked him and blessed him. That night, the figure appeared once more. Merchant, you have shown both generosity and honesty. Now comes your final test, that is, courage. Raghunath asked, How do I prove my courage? The figure pointed to a distant mountain. Climb the mountain and retrieve the golden mango. The golden mango shone brightly at the peak. Raghunath packed his food and supplies and set off immediately. He crossed forest, rivers, and rocky paths. At times, he felt exhausted and afraid. He thought of the golden box and the figure's instructions. Remembering generosity and honesty, he pressed on. Suddenly, a wild storm blew across the forest. Trees bent and rivers swelled with rain. Raghunath clung to a forest tree for safety. His courage was tested like never before. After hours of struggle, He reached the foot of the mountain. The path was steep and slippery with mud. He climbed carefully, keeping the golden mango in his mind. At the peak, the mango glimmered like a star. The golden fruit was more beautiful than he imagined. He carefully picked it and began his journey down. Strong winds threatened to push him off the path, yet he held firm, remembering the lessons of courage. On reaching the village, people noticed his bravery. They were amazed at how he faced danger and storms. That night, the mysterious figure appeared for the last time. Merchant, you have passed all my tests: generosity, honesty, and courage. Raghunath bowed humbly. What happens now? Raghunath asked. Now your wishes will be granted, the figure said. But remember one thing: wealth is only valuable when used wisely. From that day, Raghunath used his wealth to help the poor and needy. He built schools, hospitals, and shelters in the kingdom. He taught his children the importance of honesty and courage. People loved him for his kindness and not just his riches. Raghunath's business grew, yet he remained humble. He often remembered the lessons from the mysterious figure. He realized true wealth is virtue and good deeds, not the gold alone. Villagers told the stories of Raghunath's generosity for generations. Merchants learned from his honesty and courage. Every child knew the tale of the merchant's dream and the tests. King Vikramaditya listened carefully as Betal narrated. O mighty king, now answer me this question. Which quality of Raghunath made him truly wealthy? Was it generosity? Was it honesty? Was it courage? King Vikramaditya remained silent for a moment. He thought about the lessons from each test. Generosity allowed him to help others. Honesty built trust with everyone around him. Courage helped him overcome danger and challenges. Without any of these, he could not have succeeded. So, all the three qualities were equally crucial to make him truly wealthy. Betal smiled, showing his bony teeth. Ah, wise as always, O King Vikramaditya. King Vikram nodded and continued. A man may have gold, but without virtue, his wealth is meaningless. True prosperity comes when wealth, character, and courage walk together. Betal, satisfied with the King Vikram's answer, flew silently back to his tree, and King Vikramaditya reflected on the story. He realized the merchant's tale applied to rulers and commoners alike. Gold alone does not make one respected or wise. Actions, honesty, and bravery define the true worth. True wealth lies not in gold, but in kindness, honesty, and courage. Virtue and bravery make a person respected and truly rich. King Vikramaditya began walking back to fetch Betal once more without any fear. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. The night was calm, and a cool breeze blew through the forest. King Vikramaditya walked with steady steps, holding his sword in his right hand. On his strong shoulders hung Betal, the mischievous spirit, smiling quietly. Vikram, I have another story for you tonight, with full of lessons. King Vikramaditya said, Tell me, O Betal, I am ready for your story, and I will carry you silently. Long ago, in the kingdom of Sundarpur, there lived a king named Mahendra. Mahendra was young, strong, and handsome, ruling a prosperous land. But pride filled his heart, and he valued flattery more than truth. He loved treasures, fine clothes, and admiration from everyone around him. He enjoyed lavish banquets and the praises of the courtiers. One day, a poor man came to the palace seeking help for his starving family. The king looked at him coldly and said, "Go away, I have my duties." The poor man bowed sadly and left with disappointment. Days passed, and King Mahendra's pride grew with each compliment he received. He built taller towers, bigger halls, and wore more golden ornaments. His ministers warned him, "Sir, pride can bring downfall. Think of your people." But Mahendra laughed. "A king must shine brighter than anyone else," he said. One evening, a wise hermit arrived at the palace gates. He carried only a staff and wore simple white robes. His face was calm and wise. The king was curious about the stranger's purpose and summoned him. The hermit bowed and said, "O king, I have come to test your heart." Mahendra smirked. "Test me? I am a great king. Speak, and I will listen." The hermit smiled and said, "There is a garden far away from here with a special tree. It bears golden fruits that give wisdom and humility to those who eat them." The king's eyes sparkled with greed. "Golden fruits? I must have them." He called his soldiers and ordered them to find the tree immediately. The journey was long across the rivers, forest, and high mountains. The king was impatient to reach the tree, and he rode his horse proudly. The soldiers followed the king, carrying food and supplies. Days passed, and the tree remained hidden. One night, the king camped beside a river. He saw a traveler struggling in the river. At first, he thought of ignoring him, but a strange feeling made him act. He jumped into the water and saved the traveler. The traveler thanked him warmly. Mahendra felt pride, but also a new emotion stirring in his heart. At the dawn, the search continued deeper into the mountains. Finally, they found the golden tree glowing in the sunlight. Its fruits shimmered like gold, hanging from the strong branches of the tree. Mahendra reached out there and eager to pluck a fruit. A voice echoed from the tree. "Only the humble may taste my fruit." The king frowned. "Humble? I am the king, and I deserve it." The tree shook violently, and a golden fruit fell to the ground. Mahendra hesitated, then picked it up with both hands. He took a bite, and a warmth spread through his chest. Suddenly, visions appeared before the king. He saw the poor man he had ignored earlier, starving and crying for food. He saw courtiers flattering him, hiding their true intentions. He saw his people working hard yet struggling to live. A mirror appeared, reflecting his proud face, bathed in golden light. The king saw his arrogance clearly for the first time. Tears welled in his eyes. The golden fruit spoke softly. True greatness comes from humility, kindness, and service. King Mahendra fell to his knees and bowed before the tree. He vowed to change his ways and serve his people sincerely. The tree shimmered and gifted him three golden leaves as symbols of wisdom. The soldiers watched in awe, understanding the king's transformation. They returned to Sundarnagar carrying the stories of the golden fruit. The king walked through his city not in pride but in humility. He helped the poor, listened to the commoners, and shared his wealth generously. The people rejoiced and amazed at the king's change of heart. Courtiers who had flattered him now respected him for his virtues. King Mahendra spent his nights meditating under stars, thinking of the justice and fairness. He learned that courage alone is not enough. Wisdom and compassion define a true ruler. Time passed, and the kingdom thrived under his fair rule. No enemy dared attack, for the people were loyal and the king's reputation spread far. The golden tree remained in the mountains, waiting for another humble soul. King Mahendra often returned there, seeking guidance, always remembering the lessons. One day, his child asked, "Father, why did the tree appear to you?" King Mahendra replied, "Because pride blinds the heart, humility opens it to the true wisdom. Pride can make even a great king blind." The king learned to listen not just to praise, but to the voice of truth. Many people think that strength and gold make a ruler great, but true greatness comes from the character. King Mahendra served with kindness, justice, and humility. Villagers trusted him, and strangers spoke of him with admiration. The hermit returned occasionally, smiling at the king's progress. King Mahendra welcomed him with respect and sharing lessons that he had learned. The soldiers too changed. They valued the honesty over the wealth. Mahendra's palace became a place of learning, compassion, and fairness. Stories of the proud king became tales for children, teaching humility and courage. Travelers came to Sundarpur inspired by the king's transformation. Mahendra walked humbly among his people, earning love rather than fear. Betal stopped the story and said, "O King Vikram, now tell me, what would have happened if the king ignored the tree's lessons? Would his pride protect him or destroy the kingdom? Who is the real hero of this story? Was it the king, the tree, the hermit, or the lessons themselves? Why did the king's pride vanish at the end?" King Vikramaditya thought deeply and he recalled all the lessons. He remembered Mahendra's journey through hardship and reflection. He remembered the golden fruit glowing with wisdom. He remembered the hermit, patient and guiding, never forcing change. He remembered the villagers whose lives reflected the consequences of pride. He remembered the soldiers learning humility from their king. Betal was hovering around Vikram and was waiting for his answer. King Vikramaditya reflected on true leadership, the balance of strength and morality. He realized a king's power is only meaningful when paired with compassion. Strength without wisdom leads to downfall. Wealth without generosity brings only emptiness. He understood that humility transforms a ruler into a true leader. A king must serve, not just command. King Vikramaditya confidently said that if the king had ignored the tree, his pride would have blinded him and the kingdom would have suffered. The real hero is the king himself, who learned humility through wisdom and reflection. The golden tree and the hermit guided him, but only he could change his heart. His pride vanished because he understood that true greatness comes from kindness, service, and humility. True greatness is not measured by wealth or power, but by humility, kindness, and service to others. Pride blinds the heart, while humility opens it to wisdom and compassion. Satisfied with these answers, Betal laughed loudly and flew back again to his tree. King Vikramaditya continued his journey once again. Thank you so much for watching. The night was quiet. King Vikramaditya, strong and brave, walked steadily along the path. On his shoulders hung Betal, the skeletal spirit, with mischievous smile. Betal said, "O King Vikram, are you ready for another tale that tests your wisdom?" King Vikramaditya calmly said, "Speak, Betal. I am ready to answer correctly." Betal started the story. Long back ago, in a kingdom named Chandrapur, there lived a young prince named Arjun. Arjun was courageous, honest, and deeply loved by the people. The king, his father, was proud, ambitious, and always seeking power. The kingdom's prosperity depended on an ancient ritual every 10 years. This ritual required a young prince to offer himself to the sacred fire for the safety of the land. Many feared this tradition, but Arjun accepted it bravely. He believed the people's welfare was more important than his own life. He said to the king, "O father, I will do what is needed to protect our kingdom." The king, proud but conflicted, nodded silently, understanding the gravity. The queen wept quietly, holding Arjun's hand, but Arjun reassured her, "Mother, do not fear. My heart is brave and my spirit is strong." Soldiers prepared the sacred altar, decorated with flowers and golden lamps. Priests chanted prayers, calling upon the gods to bless the kingdom. The people gathered, eyes filled with hope and sorrow. Arjun walked towards the altar, unshaken with dignity in his steps. He looked at the golden flames, thinking of his family and kingdom. Meanwhile, a hermit from a distant land arrived secretly at the ceremony. The hermit was wise, calm, and compassionate, with eyes full of understanding. He observed the ritual, noticing the prince's courage and selflessness. As Arjun stood near the fire, the winds shifted, carrying whispers of the god. The hermit softly said, "O prince, your heart is noble. The ritual may be avoided if a test of wisdom is passed." Arjun asked, "What must I do, O wise hermit?" The hermit explained a riddle that would determine the prince's fate. A king once demanded truth over everything, even life. You must answer wisely. Arjun listened carefully with focused mind. The flames rose higher as the priest awaited the ritual's continuation. Suddenly, a mystical and gentle voice echoed from the fire. Arjun bowed humbly and listened to the divine instructions. The people watched, unsure of what would happen next. The hermit smiled, noticing Arjun's calmness and intelligence. "Bravery alone cannot save, wisdom must guide," he whispered. The king, observing his son, felt pride but also fear for his life. Prince Arjun closed his eyes for a moment, praying for guidance and clarity. He opened his eyes, speaking with conviction, "I am ready to do what is right, not just what is demanded." The hermit nodded approvingly, knowing the test had begun. Priests watched as the prince spoke and uncertain of the outcome. The ritual flames flickered, responding to the prince's courage. To save the kingdom without bloodshed, you must show insight and truthfulness, the hermit said. Arjun considered the hermit's words carefully, thinking of every possible choice. He said to the king, "O father, allow me to speak with the people and the priests first." The king hesitated, but the prince's firm gaze convinced him. Prince Arjun stepped forward, addressing the crowd with calm authority. "My dear people and courtiers, my life is not mine alone. It belongs to the people I serve." The villagers and soldiers, moved by his bravery, listened intently. "We can preserve the kingdom without sacrifice if honesty and wisdom guide us." The priests, surprised by the prince's insights, and whispered among themselves. The hermit encouraged Arjun silently, giving him strength. The prince clearly said, "The ritual is meant to protect the kingdom, not to harm the innocent." Flames danced but did not consume him, as if testing his resolve. "O prince, what do you propose?" the king asked with curiosity and fear. Prince Arjun replied firmly, "Let us offer devotion and honesty instead of blood. Let the people's faith be the sacrifice." The priests pondered the words, recognizing truth and courage. The hermit asked aloud that can wisdom alone save a kingdom? Then Arjun knelt, bowed to the golden flames, and offered his prayers. The winds stilled, and a divine calm descended over the palace grounds. "The gods have heard your heart, O young prince," the hermit said. The king, astonished, realized his son had preserved both life and honor. Soldiers and villagers cheered quietly, respecting the prince's wisdom. The queen embraced her son, tears of relief streaming down her face. "My brave son, you have saved us all," the queen whispered. Arjun smiled humbly. "I only followed what was right and true." The hermit stepped forward, praising the prince's judgment. "Courage is noble, but wisdom and virtue triumph above all," he said. The king, proud but humbled, acknowledged his son's greatness. "From now on, the kingdom will honor truth over tradition," he declared. The villagers were rejoiced, grateful for their prince's insights and bravery. Arjun walked among the people, teaching them kindness and fairness. Soldiers learned to respect life and wisdom, inspired by the prince. The sacred fire calmed, golden light radiating over the kingdom. "O father, honesty and courage guide a kingdom better than fear," Arjun said. The king nodded, feeling both pride and humility. The hermit blessed Arjun, giving him a scroll of wisdom to guide his future reign. The prince accepted it humbly, promising to lead with justice. Arjun's legend spread far and wide, inspiring other kingdoms. The hermit departed quietly, leaving behind a kingdom of peace and learning. The sacred fire remained now a symbol of wisdom, not sacrifice. Arjun continued to serve humbly, never forgetting the lessons of courage and wisdom. The king learned to listen and value guidance over pride. Arjun became a symbol of selfless leadership for generations. The hermit's words echoed in the minds of all. Wisdom and truth save more than valor alone. Arjun walked through the palace halls with grace and humility. The kingdom thrived with peace, prosperity, and fairness. The golden fire became a beacon of enlightenment for the kingdom. Villagers expressed gratitude for life, freedom, and justice. The kingdom of Chandrapur became a model for others, and thus peace, justice, and wisdom reigned throughout the land. Betal stopped the story and floated near King Vikramaditya. He said, "O King Vikram, tell me, was Arjun's life saved because of courage or wisdom? Who truly guided the kingdom to peace? The ritual, the prince, or the hermit? And if the prince had refused, what would have been the consequence? Speak wisely, O King Vikram, or else the truth shall haunt you forever." King Vikramaditya replied, "The prince's wisdom saved the kingdom. Courage alone would have led to death. It was Arjun's insight and honesty, guided by the hermit, that prevented bloodshed. Had the prince refused without wisdom, the kingdom would have suffered fear and loss." Betar laughed, satisfied with the answer of King Vikram, flew back into the forest, and disappeared into the night. True bravery combines courage with wisdom and honesty. Leadership is about selfless action guided by virtue, not blind traditions. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. The night was calm, and the forest was filled with soft glow of the moon. King Vikramaditya walked steadily along the path, holding his sword firmly. On his shoulders hovered Betal, the mischievous skeletal spirit, smiling knowingly. O King Vikram, tonight I have a story of loyalty, trust, and cunning. King Vikramaditya nodded and said, "Tell me, O Betal, I am ready to listen and answer wisely." Betal started the story. Long ago, there lived two friends named Kiran and Ramesh. Kiran was honest, kind, and brave, while Ramesh was clever, witty, but a little impulsive. They lived in the prosperous kingdom of Suryanagari. The people of the kingdom respected both for their courage and loyalty. One day, a news reached the king that two young men had saved villagers from the robbers. The king, curious and proud, wanted to meet them personally. Kiran and Ramesh were invited to the royal palace. They were honored and welcomed with a grand feast. The king, intrigued by their bravery, asked about their lives. Kiran spoke humbly about his duty and love for the people. Ramesh told the stories of his clever plans to protect the villagers from danger. The king was impressed and decided to test their loyalty and intelligence. He summoned them privately to his chamber. The king said, "I have a secret treasure and I want to see who among you is truly loyal and wise." The two friends listened carefully and were very eager to serve their king. The king presented them with a golden chest and said, "One of you must guard this treasure for 3 days and 3 nights. Whoever shows honesty and wisdom will be richly rewarded." Both Kiran and Ramesh agreed and promised to guard it faithfully. They took turns watching the chest, keeping each other company. During the first night, a sly thief tried to steal the treasure. Ramesh cleverly created a trap, catching the thief without harming him. Kiran praised the intelligence of Ramesh and helped alert the guards. On the second night, a messenger came with a false news of an attack on the palace. Kiran and Ramesh quickly devised a plan to protect both the treasure and the kingdom. They guided the king and soldiers safely, proving their courage and loyalty. On the third night, the chest itself seemed to vanish mysteriously. Kiran and Ramesh searched for the chest every corner of the palace. They discovered the king had moved the chest to test their alertness. The friends realized the king's cleverness and were amazed. The king appeared, smiling, and asked them to explain their actions. Kiran spoke honestly about their vigilance and teamwork. Ramesh added how they combined courage with cleverness to protect the kingdom. The king nodded, satisfied with their loyalty and wisdom. "You have proven yourselves to be true friends and the guardians of my kingdom," the king said. The king rewarded both of them with gold, land, and positions of honor. The people of the kingdom celebrated the bravery and cleverness of the two friends. But the story does not end here. A neighboring king, jealous of Suryanagari's prosperity, plotted to attack. Kiran and Ramesh devised a clever plan to defend the kingdom. They gathered villagers and trained them secretly to fight strategically. When the enemy arrived, they were surprised by the unexpected resistance. The neighboring king's army was defeated without much bloodshed. The courage and cleverness of both Kiran and Ramesh had saved the kingdom once again. The king praised both of them publicly, rewarding them further for their loyalty. Their friendship
grew stronger through each challenge. Kiran was always calm, brave, and honest, providing the strength. Ramesh was clever, witty, and quick thinking, providing smart solutions. Together, they complemented each other perfectly. One day, the king invited both of them for another private discussion. True loyalty is not just courage or intelligence, the king said. It is about honesty, selflessness, and the bond between friends. Kiran and Ramesh listened carefully, knowing the king's words held wisdom. A test was prepared. The king secretly switched the treasure chest with a fake one. He wanted to see if the friends would notice the change. The friends examined the chest carefully using their knowledge and observation. Kiran noticed a subtle difference in the carvings of the chest. Ramesh tested the lock and realized it was lighter than the original. They informed the king, showing honesty and keen observation. The king smiled, impressed by their alertness. You have passed each and every test. Your friendship and loyalty are rare treasures. The friends were proud but humble. Kiran and Ramesh continued to serve the king faithfully. They helped solve disputes, advised on strategies, and protected the kingdom. Their friendship became legendary, inspiring young people across the land. One day, a severe drought struck the kingdom. The king asked the friends to help protect the people and manage resources. Kiran organized the water distribution and ensured everyone had access to food. Ramesh devised clever irrigation systems and storage methods. Together, they saved countless lives during the difficult time. The king observed, pleased with their selflessness and wisdom. Villagers trusted Kiran and Ramesh completely. They knew honesty, courage, and cleverness guided the two friends. Stories of their loyalty and bravery spread far and wide. Neighboring kingdoms sent envoys to learn from their wisdom. The king was proud to have such loyal and intelligent advisors. Festivals were held to honor the courage and friendship of Kiran and Ramesh. Soldiers learned discipline, respect, and teamwork from their example. The kingdom thrived under the guidance of the king and the two friends. The enemies feared Suryanagari not for its army alone, but for the intelligence and unity within. Kiran and Ramesh remained humble, never boasting about their achievements. They were always ready to help the people and advise the king. The palace was filled with stories and the lessons of courage and wisdom. The king rewarded honesty, loyalty, and cleverness in all subjects. Arrows and swords were not the only weapons. Knowledge and friendship were stronger. The bond between Kiran and Ramesh inspired many young men and women to serve their kingdom faithfully. Festivals celebrated courage, wisdom, and true friendship. The kingdom of Suryanagari became famous for fairness and intelligence. Villagers shared the stories of Kiran and Ramesh with their children. Soldiers learned the importance of teamwork, honesty, and clever thinking. The king always consulted his loyal friends before making any decisions. And so, Suryanagari thrived with courage, wisdom, and unity. The story of the two friends became a legend that lasted for generations. Betal floated near King Vikramaditya and asked, O King Vikram, which quality of the friends saved the kingdom most? Who was the true treasure for the king? And if one of the friends had been dishonest, what would have happened to the kingdom? O King Vikram, answer carefully, or the truth will elude you. King Vikramaditya thought for a moment and replied, it was the loyalty of two friends, combined with courage and cleverness, that saved the kingdom. Both Kiran and Ramesh together were the true treasure, complementing each other's strengths. Had either friend been dishonest, the kingdom would have fallen into chaos and fear. Betal laughed satisfied and flew away into the forest night. True friendship, loyalty, and cleverness together create strength stronger than any treasure. Courage and honesty, when guided by wisdom, protect both people and kingdom. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind.
The night was calm and quiet. King Vikramaditya walked through the forest with steady steps. On his strong shoulders, the ghost Betal hung skeletal and mischievous. O king, are you ready for another story that will test your wisdom? King Vikramaditya nodded silently, gripping his sword firmly. Long ago, in a small village, there lived a merchant named Rajan. Rajan was wealthy but always worried about dishonest traders. One day, he heard about a magical pearl that could multiply wealth if kept honest. The pearl was said to be hidden in a cave guarded by a mystical spirit. Rajan was eager to find the pearl and prepared for a journey. He packed his finest clothes, gold coins, and provisions for the trip. Along the way, he met a poor traveler named Shyam. Shyam was kind, humble, and honest, though he had no wealth. Rajan did not trust him at first, thinking that honesty would not help in a tricky adventure. But Shyam insisted on joining and promising to be helpful in finding the pearl. They traveled through the dense forest, crossed rivers, and climbed rocky hills. At night, Rajan often counted his coins, worried someone might steal them. Shyam, however, slept peacefully and was carrying nothing but a small satchel. Finally, they reached the cave where the magical pearl was hidden. The cave entrance was dark and eerie with strange carvings on the walls. Rajan hesitated at the mouth of the cave. Shyam encouraged him by saying, honesty and courage will guide us, merchant. Inside, they found the mystical spirit waiting, glowing with ethereal light. The spirit spoke, only the pure heart may take the pearl, but you will face a test. Rajan and Shyam exchanged nervous glances. What is the test? Rajan asked cautiously. The spirit replied, I will place a bag of gold and the pearl before you. Take one, but not both. Rajan's eyes sparkled at the gold, while Shyam remained calm. Rajan thought of his family and wealth. Shyam thought only of doing the right thing. The spirit added, if you lie or cheat, the cave will trap you forever. Rajan hesitated, but greed whispered in his ear. Shyam knelt down, showing humility and respect. The spirit moved closer. Now, both of you choose wisely. Rajan reached for the bag of gold first. Shyam shook his head gently, leaving both items untouched. Suddenly, the gold bag vanished, leaving only the pearl. The spirit said, your choice shows the true heart, one pure, one tempted. Rajan felt ashamed, but realized he could still choose the pearl honestly. He pushed the pearl towards Shyam, saying that you deserve it more than I do. Shyam smiled and said, honesty guides us better than greed, O merchant. The spirit nodded and said,
Because of your honesty, the pearl's magic will benefit both of you. Rajan and Shyam returned to the village with the pearl. Rajan shared his wealth with villagers and became respected for his honesty. Shyam continued his humble life, teaching people about truth and fairness. People marveled at the story of the merchant and the honest traveler. Time passed, and Rajan grew wiser, realizing that honesty and fairness mattered more than gold. One day, another traveler asked Rajan for advice about wealth and honesty. Rajan told him, "True treasure lies in truth, not in riches." Shyam agreed and said, "The heart that remains honest will always find success." Meanwhile, the mystical pearl multiplied the wealth for good deeds and charity. No greedy hand could ever misuse it. Villagers learned the value of honesty from Rajan and Shyam. The merchant understood that temptation is strong, but choice defines character. Shyam's pure example inspired many to follow the path of truth. A festival was held every year in their honor, celebrating honesty. Children played games about honesty and fairness, learning the lesson early. Rajan often remembered the mystical spirit's words: "Honesty is rewarded, dishonesty is punished." He made sure that every business deal in the village remained fair. One day, a band of thieves tried to trick the villagers. Rajan and Shyam caught them with clever planning without violence. The thieves admitted their mistakes and promised to follow honesty. Rajan and Shyam forgave them, teaching them kindness and truth. The mystical pearl glowed brightly every full moon, reminding the villagers of honesty. Rajan sometimes wished he had been honest from the start, but he was glad that Shyam's guidance helped him learn the true value of truth. The village prospered, but not because of the wealth alone. It prospered because honesty built trust and unity. Even kings sent envoys to learn their secret. Rajan taught them that honesty is a choice, not a duty. Shyam reminded them that the heart must be sincere. Parents would use Rajan's story to teach patience and truthfulness. Rajan and Shyam became symbols of virtue and integrity. The villagers continued to celebrate the story every year. They taught honesty in schools and marketplaces. Rajan and Shyam's friendship strengthened with mutual respect. They advised young traders to always choose truth over wealth. Many young villagers vowed to follow the path of honesty. Even the merchants of the neighboring cities respected their teachings. Rajan lived a long life known for fairness, generosity, and truth. Shyam continued his humble life, guiding others quietly. Together, they left a legacy that no gold could match. The villagers knew that honesty was more valuable than any treasure. Rajan often reflected on his journey and his mistakes. Shyam reminded him that everyone learns through experience. The mystical spirit smiled, watching from far. Rajan and Shyam's village became a model for honesty and integrity. Rajan's family honored his legacy, continuing his teachings. Shyam's wisdom influenced neighboring villages and towns. The magical pearl's power remained, blessing those who acted with truth. Rajan and Shyam's bond showed that pure friendship and honesty go hand in hand. The village thrived, guided by the principles of fairness, truth, and integrity. Betal stopped his story and asked, "O King Vikram, now tell me, who truly deserved the pearl, and Why did the mystical spirit allow both to benefit? Was Rajan's initial greed punished or forgiven? And what was the most important lesson from this test? King Vikramaditya thought for a while and spoke calmly. Shyam, the honest traveler, truly deserved the peril because his heart was pure and he acted selflessly without desire for wealth. Rajan's greed was corrected through guidance, showing that even flawed hearts can learn honesty. The spirit allowed both to benefit because honesty, once chosen, brings prosperity for all. True wealth lies in honesty, selflessness, and integrity. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. In the dark night, King Vikramaditya walked through the forest. He carried the bony, mischievous Betal on his strong shoulders. Betal looked at the King Vikram and grinned his usual sly smile. "Oh, King Vikram, tonight I have another story for you." The king replied calmly, "Speak, Betal. Let us see if your story has wisdom." Betal started the story. Long ago, there was a poor man named Hari. Hari was humble, honest, and hardworking. He lived in a small village at the edge of the great forest. Each day, he worked tirelessly in the fields. But no matter how hard he worked, he had very little food. One morning, Hari found a strange seed while tilling the soil. It shone faintly, almost like it was magical. He took the seed home curiously and planted it carefully. Each day, he watered it and nurtured it with love. Villagers laughed at him for caring so much for a single seed. Weeks passed, and the seed grew into a small golden tree. Its leaves glimmered, and small golden fruits appeared. Hari's heart filled with hope, but remained humble. He knew wealth could change a man's heart if he was not careful. He decided to share his first golden fruit with a hungry neighbor. Word spread quickly about the magical golden tree. People from far and near came to see that. Some wanted to steal the fruits, others came to seek blessings. Hari treated everyone with respect and he gave fruits to the needy first. His generosity made him loved by the villagers. One day, a wealthy merchant arrived at the village. He saw the golden tree and grew greedy. He approached Hari and said, "I will buy this tree for all your life's earnings." Hari thought for a moment and smiled gently. "This tree belongs to everyone. I cannot sell it for gold." The merchant was furious and left in anger. Hari continued caring for the tree and giving fruits to the children and poor. Every evening, he would sit under the tree reflecting on life. The golden tree seemed to shine brighter with his honesty. Even the animals of the forest came closer without fear. Months passed, and Hari's reputation spread throughout the kingdom. King of their kingdom heard about the magical golden tree. Being curious, the king disguised himself and visited the village. He watched Hari help a poor old woman pick golden fruits. The king was impressed by Hari's humility and kindness. The king revealed himself and asked, "Hari, how have you become so rich and yet remain so humble?" Hari bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the tree gave me wealth, but it is my heart that taught me honesty and generosity." The king smiled and invited Hari to his palace. "You shall be my advisor and guardian of fairness in the kingdom," the king said. Hari accepted humbly, knowing that wealth and position were temporary. In the palace, Hari advised the king wisely. He taught that true wealth comes from honesty, hard work, and helping others. People from across the kingdom came to seek Hari's guidance. Hari never demanded gold or gifts. His joy came from seeing others happy and honest. One day, the merchant returned, still angry and greedy. He tried to bribe Hari to reveal the secret of the golden tree. Hari refused firmly and said, "Greed brings destruction. Wealth must be earned, not stolen." The merchant left again with shame. Hari continued to care for the tree, giving fruits to the children first. Villagers learned from his actions and became honest themselves. The kingdom flourished as the people shared wealth fairly. Everyone remembered that wealth should never overshadow kindness. Seasons changed, but the golden tree remained a symbol of honesty. Hari never grew arrogant despite his fame. He encouraged young boys and girls to work hard and help others. Even the king learned from Hari's gentle wisdom. Many tried to replicate Hari's success but failed because they lacked honesty. Hari taught that true riches are not measured by gold alone. A generous heart, good deeds, and fair actions create lasting wealth. Children played under the golden branches, learning honesty and fairness. Even animals thrived in shadow of the magical tree. One evening, Hari sat under the tree, reflecting on his own life. "I am rich, but my wealth is in the hearts of others." The mystical spirit that had blessed the tree appeared before him. "Hari, your honesty has made this tree golden and blessed. You have fulfilled the true test of wealth." Hari bowed and promised to continue guiding others. Days passed, and the king announced a festival to honor honesty and generosity. Hari led the celebration, giving fruits to the needy. The villagers sang songs praising honesty and kindness. The merchant, witnessing this, regretted his greed and became a better man. Hari's story became a legend and was told across the kingdom. Young boys and girls learned to value honesty over gold. Hari remained humble, saying that true wealth comes when you serve others, not yourself. The golden tree became a symbol of integrity and fairness. People from distant lands traveled to learn the principles of fairness. The mystical spirit occasionally visited, smiling at Hari's wisdom. Hari never took credit for the tree. He said it was a gift to all. Merchants learned that greed could destroy trust and happiness. Children learned that sharing and honesty bring joy. Farmers learned that hard work paid with fairness yields lasting prosperity. Hari's teachings spread, making the kingdom famous for honesty. People called it the golden kingdom of fairness. The golden tree continued to shine, blessing everyone nearby. Hari reminded everyone that wealth without virtue is empty. Even kings and ministers followed his guidance with respect. One day, Hari placed the last golden fruit in the hands of a child. "Grow up honest, and the world will be richer for it," he said. The mystical spirit appeared once more, nodding in approval. Hari felt peace, knowing his life had been meaningful. The villagers celebrated, telling his story to every newcomer. Generations learned from Hari's life and the golden tree. Hari's wealth was in the love and respect of all people. Even the forest seemed alive with blessings from the magical tree. And so, the tale of the man who became rich was remembered forever. Betal stopped his story and asked, "O King Vikram, what made Hari truly rich? Was it the golden tree, the gold, or his honesty? And why did the greedy merchant fail to gain the same wealth?" "Think carefully, O King Vikram, for your answer must be true." King Vikramaditya smiled and said, "Hari became truly rich because of his honesty, generosity, and kindness. The gold of the tree was only a tool, but his heart made him wealthy in a lasting way. The merchant failed because greed clouded his mind and prevented him from acting fairly. True wealth comes from virtue, not possessions alone. True wealth is measured by honesty, kindness, and generosity, not by gold or possessions. A rich heart brings lasting happiness to oneself and to the world. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. The night was calm and silent. King Vikramaditya walked steadily through the dark forest. On his strong shoulders lay the ghost Betal, silent yet watchful. Betal's eyes gleamed in the moonlight with a mischievous smile on his face. O king, are you ready for another tale of mystery and wisdom? Betal started the story. Once upon a time, in a faraway kingdom, there lived a wise judge named Mahendra. Mahendra was known across the land for his sharp mind and fair decisions. People trusted him and brought their disputes to his court. One day, two merchants came to the city with a disagreement. Both of them claimed ownership of a valuable gem they had found during a journey. The gem was large, shining, and worth more than a year's trade profit. The merchants argued loudly, each blaming the other of theft. The city officials were confused and could not decide who was right. So the matter was brought to Judge Mahendra. Mahendra listened patiently as both merchants presented their story. The first merchant Ravi said, I found this gem hidden under a tree. It belongs to me. The second merchant Arjun replied, No, I saw it first. It is mine by discovery. Mahendra remained silent, observing both men carefully. He noticed subtle signs in their behavior. Ravi's eyes wavered and he fidgeted with his hands. Arjun spoke with confidence but occasionally hesitated. The judge thought deeply about how to reveal the truth. He decided to test the honesty of two merchants. Mahendra called his assistant and said, Bring a heavy scale and a small box. The two merchants looked puzzled but obeyed the judge's instructions. Mahendra placed the gem in a small box. He then put the box on one side of the scale. On the other side, he placed a bag of gold coins equal to the gem's worth. The scale balanced perfectly. The judge said, I will give the gem to the merchant who can speak the truth. Then he asked both men, Tell me, what is the value of this gem? Ravi said, It is priceless, but I think it is worth much more than the coins. Arjun said, It is worth exactly as much as the coins, nothing more, nothing less. Mahendra smiled but remained silent. He wanted to test their honesty further. Now, he said, Place your hand on the gem and promise you will not lie. Both merchants did as instructed. Mahendra then asked each, If given the choice, would you swap this gem for the coins? Ravi hesitated and whispered, Yes, perhaps. I could accept the coins. Arjun replied confidently, No, I only want what is rightfully mine. The judge observed their reactions carefully. Then Mahendra proposed another test. I will hide the gem under a cloth and bring three identical boxes. You must pick the one containing your gem. Both merchants agreed. The judge mixed the boxes and placed them in front of the merchants. Ravi guessed a box quickly, but his hand trembled. Arjun paused, thought carefully, and chose one box calmly. Mahendra lifted the cloth, revealing the gem in Arjun's chosen box. Ravi's box was empty. The court murmured, impressed by the judge's clever method. Mahendra turned to Ravi and said, "You were tempted to lie to gain wealth." Ravi lowered his eyes in shame. Then Mahendra addressed Arjun, "You acted with honesty and patience. The gem belongs to you." Arjun bowed respectfully to the judge. Both the merchants left the court, one content and the other thoughtful. News of Mahendra's wisdom spread across the kingdom. Even kings from the distant lands sent envoys to observe his judgment. One day, a rich merchant from another city challenged Mahendra. He brought a rare gem and a servant, claiming the servant had stolen it. Mahendra listened quietly to both sides. The merchant accused, "This man tried to deceive me and take my gem." The servant insisted that he found it fair and square and he did not steal it. Mahendra examined the servant's hands and clothing. He noted the merchant's anxious behavior. Then he asked the servant to speak the truth under oath. The servant, though frightened, spoke honestly. Mahendra then asked the merchant, "Would you take an equivalent value in coins instead of the gem?" The merchant hesitated, his eyes showing greed. Mahendra concluded that the servant was truthful. He gave the gem back to the servant, saying that honesty always shines brighter than wealth. The merchant left the court humbled. Mahendra's reputation grew even stronger. People came from nearby villages seeking justice for small and large matters. The judge never favored the rich over the poor. He treated all equally, no matter their status. Once, a farmer came with a complaint about a dishonest trader. The trader tried to bribe the judge, but Mahendra refused. "Justice cannot be bought," he firmly said. The court applauded the judge's fairness. Mahendra's clever methods taught people that honesty and patience were virtues. The judge often said, "A lie may give temporary gain, but honesty brings lasting respect." Children in the city learned about Mahendra's wisdom from young age. One day, Mahendra was faced with a very tricky dispute involving two families. Both families claimed the same piece of land. Mahendra asked them to present their deeds. He carefully examined each document. Then he set a test of honesty to see who truly deserved the land. He asked each head of the family to swear upon their ancestors. Those who lied would face immediate disqualification. Many elders in the court watched in awe of Mahendra's wisdom. He asked each family to state the truth about how they had used the land. One family admitted they had not used it properly. The other described their honest cultivation and care. Mahendra declared the land belonged to the honest family. Both parties accepted the judgment and were impressed by the fairness. Mahendra smiled and said, "Truth and patience always triumph." From that day, people in the kingdom valued honesty more than gold. Mahendra continued to serve for many years. He never took bribes or favored the powerful. His wisdom guided the kingdom to peace and prosperity. People said, "The judge sees what others cannot see." Traders, farmers, and nobles alike respected his fair decisions. The kingdom became famous for justice and righteousness. Travelers spoke of Mahendra's clever ways of discovering the truth. Mahendra's teachings were simple: patience, observation, and fairness. One young boy once asked him, "How do you always know the truth?" Mahendra replied, "Observe carefully, think clearly, and never let greed blind you." The story of Mahendra became a lesson for all generations. Betal stopped his story and said, "O King Vikram, now tell me, who truly deserved the gem in the first story? And why did the judge choose the servant over the rich merchant later?" Finally, Why was the land given to one family and not the other? Think carefully, O King Vikram, and answer me. King Vikramaditya said calmly, the gem belonged to Arjun because he acted honestly and patiently. The servant received the rare gem because he spoke the truth while the rich merchant's greed blinded him. The land was given to the family who honestly cultivated it because justice rewards truth and integrity. Betal clapped his bony hands and flew away with a mischievous laugh. Honesty, patience, and fairness always lead to true respect and lasting justice. Lies and greed may seem powerful temporarily, but truth shines forever. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind. King Vikramaditya was walking through the forest. He was carrying Betal on his back. The mischievous spirit hovered silently above the king. The forest was dark, with only the moonlight guiding their path. Betal suddenly spoke. O king, listen carefully to the story of the trickster queen. There was a powerful kingdom ruled by a clever queen named Radhika. The people loved her for her wisdom, but some feared her clever tricks. One day, a neighboring king challenged her to a contest of wit. He wanted to test who could outsmart the other. Queen Radhika accepted the challenge without any hesitation. She gathered her advisors and planned her clever tricks carefully. The neighboring king, Rajan, was ambitious and proud and thought that he could easily win. Rajan sent a messenger to invite her to his court for the challenge. Radhika smiled and agreed and said that she would come at dawn. On the way to the king's palace, she instructed her servants about each clever step. The servants prepared for every trick. Queen Radhika entered the palace with grace, smiling at Rajan and his courtiers. She noticed Rajan had laid out a series of riddles and traps to humiliate her. Radhika carefully examined each and every trap and devised a clever counter strategy. First, Rajan presented a puzzle about a hidden treasure. He asked her to find a gem hidden in a room full of boxes. Radhika moved with confidence and instructed her servant to secretly mark the correct box. When the king asked her to choose, she selected the right box immediately. The courtiers gasped, surprised by the quick thinking of Queen Radhika. Next, King Rajan challenged her to solve a riddle about a missing crown. The crown had been hidden in the palace gardens. Radhika walked calmly in the gardens, observing the surroundings carefully. She noticed a small clue carved into a tree trunk. Following the clue, she found the crown hidden under a bush. Rajan was shocked that she had solved the riddle so easily. He tried to challenge her further with questions about loyalty and honesty. Radhika listened patiently and answered wisely, giving examples from her own court. She explained that a ruler must value truth and fairness above all. The courtiers nodded in agreement, impressed by her wisdom. Rajan, growing frustrated, decided to test her with a trick question. He asked, if a servant lies to save a friend, should they be punished? Radhika thought carefully before answering. She said, a wise ruler understands the intention behind actions, not just the act itself. The courtiers murmured, realizing her answer was fair and clever. Rajan tried one last trap, sending a mysterious box that made strange noises. Radhika calmly examined the box and found a hidden mechanism inside. She opened it carefully, revealing it was harmless and only meant to scare her. She smiled at Rajan, showing that she was not afraid of tricks. Rajan admitted defeat and praised Radhika for her intelligence and courage. The queen returned to her palace in proud of her cleverness and with composure. Her people celebrated her victory, calling her the trickster queen for her clever ways. Radhika taught everyone that intelligence combined with fairness is true power. She rewarded her loyal servants for their help and clever thinking. The neighboring king learned a valuable lesson about humility and respect. Radhika's fame spread far and wide for her wisdom and wit. Radhika always used her cleverness for good, never to harm others unnecessarily. Radhika showed that a ruler can be strong, intelligent, and kind at the same time. Rajan sent gifts to Radhika as a sign of respect and friendship. The queen accepted them graciously and maintained peace between kingdoms. Radhika's cleverness was not just for contests but to protect her kingdom too. One day, a merchant brought a difficult problem about stolen goods. Radhika listened, asked questions, and solved the matter cleverly. The thief was caught without any injustice to the innocent people involved. Radhika taught that trickery should be used only to uphold justice, not for selfish gains. She balanced cleverness with compassion. Even her rivals respected her ability to think quickly and act wisely. They learned that wit and honesty together create true leadership. People remembered Radhika's cleverness, fairness, and wisdom for generations. Rajan often reflected on his own mistakes and tried to improve after meeting her. Radhika's court was a model of justice and a clever problem solving. The queen's servants remained loyal and proud to serve a wise ruler. She never let pride make her harsh or cruel. Her decisions were always thoughtful and just. One day, Radhika held a grand feast, inviting both allies and former rivals. Everyone admitted her ability to balance kindness with cleverness. The queen's reputation for wisdom and wit grew stronger each day. Her kingdom prospered under her clever guidance. Merchants traded freely, farmers cultivated land, and justice was respected. Radhika's cleverness helped prevent conflicts before they even began. She solved problems with patience and strategic thinking. Her people trusted her completely, knowing she valued truth above all. Radhika never stopped learning herself and always seeking new knowledge. She maintained harmony within the kingdom while respecting neighbors. Her people prospered and neighboring kingdoms respected her leadership. The queen's legacy lived on for generations through stories and teachings. Radhika always encouraged her people to be fair, clever, and honest. The queen's wisdom made her kingdom stronger and happier. Her subjects admitted her balance of cleverness, fairness, and kindness. And so, the story of the trickster queen spread far and wide. Betal stopped the story and asked, "O King Vikramaditya, now tell me, why did Queen Radhika win the contest? Why did she treat her rivals with kindness? Also, why did her cleverness never lead to harm? And explain the wisdom behind her actions." King Vikramaditya thought for a moment and replied, Queen Radhika won because she combined intelligence with fairness. She treated rivals with kindness because a wise ruler values respect over pride. Her cleverness never caused harm because she used it to promote justice and harmony. A ruler's true power comes from wit guided by morality. Cleverness without fairness can be dangerous, but intelligence guided by honesty and kindness leads to the true success. A wise ruler always balances wit with compassion and justice. Thank you so much for watching the video. Jai Hind. On a dark and silent night, King Vikramaditya walked through the deep forest. The moon hid behind the thick clouds, and the wind whispered through the trees. Betal, the clever spirit, hung upside down from the king's shoulders. King Vikram walked without speaking and was determined to complete his task. Betal laughed softly and said, O king, listen carefully. This story will test your wisdom beyond logic. Long ago, there lived a poor but learned Brahmin in a small village. He lived happily with his devoted wife, a young son, and a lovely daughter. The Brahmin believed deeply in fate, vows, and spoken promises. At one time, severe poverty struck his family. With no food left, the Brahmin decided to search for help. One morning, the Brahmin took his son and went into the forest. At the same time, his wife took their daughter and went to another village. Both journeys were meant to seek food and support from their relatives. Fate, however, had planned something strange and terrible. As the Brahmin and his son walked through the jungle, they saw some footprints. The footprints belonged to two women walking ahead of them. One set of footprints was large and deep. The other set was small and delicate. The Brahmin stopped and observed them carefully. The Brahmin said, These must be virtuous women. He made a sudden vow. I shall marry the woman with the bigger feet. The son, influenced by his father, also made a vow. The son said, I shall marry the woman with the smaller feet. Both of them believed that vows must never be broken. They followed the footprints deeper into the forest. After some time, they saw two women resting under a tree. To their shock, the Brahmin recognized them immediately. They were none other than his wife with smaller feet and daughter with bigger feet. Fear and confusion filled their hearts. The wife and daughter also recognized the Brahmin and the son. Tears rolled down their faces as they realized the danger of the vows. Every one of them knew the truth, but no one spoke. The Brahmin trembled and said, A vow, once spoken, cannot be broken. The son agreed, blinded by the false righteousness. Ignoring dharma and natural law, they committed a grave sin. The Brahmin married his own daughter. The son married his own mother. The forest itself seemed to cry in horror. Even the trees stood silent in shame. Time passed, and both couples lived separately in different villages. Children were born from both marriages. The Brahmin's daughter gave birth to a son, and at the same time, the Brahmin's wife also gave birth to a son. The world accepted them, unaware of the terrible truth. Few years later, both the families came to their own village. Both the children grew up together. They played together and studied together. No one knew their true relationship. One day, a great debate arose in the village. People asked, "What is the relationship between these two boys?" Betal paused the story and laughed loudly. "O King Vikramaditya, answer me this. What is the relationship between these two children? If you remain silent, even after knowing the answer, your head will break into pieces." King Vikramaditya was in deep thought. The question crossed all the boundaries of logic and dharma. The children were brothers and uncles, sons and grandsons at the same time. Words failed to define such twisted relationships. Any answer would itself be sinful or incomplete. King Vikramaditya lowered his head. For the first time, King Vikramaditya did not speak anything. Betal smiled and said, "O King Vikram, today you are truly wise. Some questions must not be answered. Silence itself is wisdom." Betal did not fly away this time. Betal then revealed a greater truth. He said, "The saint who sent you here is not holy. He desires power through blood sacrifice. Your bravery has been used for evil." King Vikram's eyes burned with anger. Betal warned King Vikram about the danger ahead and explained what actions he should take to protect himself, his kingdom, and to put an end to the evil saint. He then guided the king back to the saint's hut. The saint welcomed Vikram with a false smile. He asked Vikram to prepare for the final ritual. The saint said, "Prostrate in devotion and offer your prayers to the goddess." King Vikramaditya remembered the Betal's warning. He replied calmly, "O holy saint, being born into a royal family, I have never performed such prostration. Please show me how it is to be done." The proud saint lay down on the ground to demonstrate. At that moment, Betal shouted, "O King Vikram, now!" King Vikramaditya drew his sword in a single motion. He then struck down the head of the wicked saint. The saint's evil ended with his final breath. The forest echoed with relief. The dark magic was destroyed forever. Betal, freed from bondage, laughed joyfully. He blessed King Vikramaditya. Betal said, "True dharma is not blind vows. True dharma protects humanity and morality. Promises without wisdom lead to destruction." With these words, Betal vanished into the night. The forest became peaceful once more. King Vikramaditya returned to his kingdom. He ruled with greater wisdom than ever before. He taught his people that intention matters more than words. Blind rituals must never override compassion. Dharma must serve the life, not destroy it. This was the final tale of Vikram and Betal, the story where silence was the greatest answer, the story where wisdom defeated blind belief, the story where evil was finally destroyed, and where a king proved himself truly righteous. The righteousness lies in understanding, compassion, and moral courage. Thank you for watching. Please like the video and support my channel. Share the video to your friends and families if you like my narration. Subscribe my channel for more such fascinating content. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.